Okay, good morning, one and all. We're going to open this Division 3 House Finance work session on February 13, 2026. For the record, I am the chairman of Division 3 in House Finance, Representative Maureen Mooney of the town of Merrimack. I want to welcome today our substitute covering for Representative Sam Farrington. So welcome, Representative Rita Mattson. Thank you for joining us, and I know you traveled a big distance, so thank you. The notice for this public work session has been posted in accordance with House Rule 44A. So this is a public work session. The order of bills we'll take today is going to be in the following order: House Bill 1569, House Bill 661, House Bill 1515, House Bill 1566, House Bill 1750. So the purpose of today's meeting, we are advisory. What we recommend of the motions we have available to us goes to full finance, which will be meeting relatively soon. Our deadline for these bills to be out of Finance Committee is March 5th, 2026, and crossover is March 26th, 2026. Our options for what we can recommend to full finance are found in House Rule 45, and I'll repeat them. Ought to pass with amendment, inexpedient to legislate, refer for interim study. That motion is available only in the second year of a session, which we are in. And lastly, recommended but to be laid upon the table because of funding. So those are the 5 motions we have available to us. All right, thank you all again for being here. Any comments from our committee members before we begin? All right. We are set to start House Bill 1569. I want to welcome Commissioner Charlie Arlinghouse and thank him for his time and hope everything's well with him and everything he has going on here. So thank you very much for being here to talk about the Philbrook Center.
Thanks for having me, and I'm happy to answer anything you want to know about the Philbrook Center.
I think for starters, we want to know, number one, is there anything in any documentation about the property now that prohibits the sale or ties the state to who gets to make the first offer, or how the land is partitioned, or what the usage of the land has to be? And then next, are there any plans for the building after July 1st, 2026? We understand that the transitional beds there are going to be transitioning out. And then thirdly, I'd like to know if $5 million is an accurate asking price. So those 3, I think, are good starting points if you're willing to take them in any order you choose. Thank you.
Let me start with, so the State Hospital campus property is one parcel, and there's a provision in state law that prevents the division of it and separating anything out. And I think when they wrote House Bill 2, they meant to separate it out, and they have, notwithstanding some provision of state law, but not quite the right one. There's a bill in the Senate right now sponsored by Senator Reardon, which would rectify that. And I testified very briefly on that bill, the entire content of which is, if you pass this bill, we'll sell the building. If you don't pass this bill, we can't legally sell the building, so we won't. Which I think is like, I'm not going to legally sell a building I can't legally sell. So if that bill passes, that's the only obstacle to subdividing the property. There's no provision in House Bill 2 for subdivision or marketing or anything like that. It just basically said sell the property, and then I think the surplus statement said, and we think you'll get $5 million. I described that number as being pulled out of somebody's hat, and I don't know whose hat. I suspect, having watched budgets for a year or two, Probably it was a number that needed to get hit. And so they put that in there. Can we get $5 million? I haven't the foggiest. I hope so. We've had a meeting so far with the city. The provision in House Bill 2 requires us to offer to the city or the county first, all the sales they have in there, which is sort of our preference anyway, the state being the state. We often initially start with the city of properties and in the rare circumstance where we sell it. The city's interested, not definitively interested. That is to say, we're not negotiating exactly. They've gone back. I think we're both just waiting to see what happens with the, with this bill and with the other bill as well, with the two bills that affect the property. And I've said to the city manager, I need to ask you for $5 million for the, and he said he understood that. And so can we get that? Maybe. Can we get close to that? Probably. The city is an ideal partner for this, if only because they can do the subdivision plan. And we wouldn't have to hire somebody with no money that we have to do a subdivision plan, so it'd be great. And they have an obvious interest in it, which I think is probably related to properties they have surrounding the property. So that's that piece of it. Are there any plans for the building? No. As long as what I've said to HHS is, you don't have to leave until we sell the building, but when we sell the building, you have to leave. And they can sort that out themselves, and they're working on all of that. If the building were vacated before a sale were to happen, because we were trying to sell it, we would not almost certainly do anything with the building. So, because that would be silly. So that's kind of where we are. I think that hit everything you asked, but I'm not positive.
I think that got it, all three. Any questions for Commissioner Arlinghouse? Representative Tulersky for a question, followed by Representative Daniels, followed by Representative Stringham, followed by Representative Weiler, followed by Representative Nalavanko. I'll try to keep that straight too.
Good morning, Mr. Good morning. Okay. Thank you for being here, and your summary of how the budget process played out was pretty spot on. I do have a question because when this division was in the process of amending HB2 in that way to move property to make the numbers balance, which I think everyone would agree with me, that's exactly what happened. I don't think we had a real in-depth conversation on the value of the state holding property that's valuable and can be used for the benefit of the state, such as the Philbrook Center, versus the quick one-time hit of cash to use for operating expenses. And I guess I'm curious on your thoughts on the value of the property to the state for use now in its current state as transitional housing, or its future use as it could benefit the state, versus just offloading it for a quick hit of cash.
Excuse me, I just want to be sure your microphone is red.
It was not red. No, it is red. Sometimes a quick hit of cash is exactly what you need, and it's not unusual in the state's history for budget issues to be solved by, people remember, I think 15 years ago, there was the Lou D'Alessandro committee to realize 75 million in state assets, which I don't think we quite got that high a number. I wouldn't willy-nilly sell state assets generally. If the state has a legitimate need for certain things, I would sell them. It's often better to own something than rent something. We rent office space and we own some office space, and it's a decent mix that way. I don't know what the building would be used for if we kept it, and it's possible HHS thinks it's a perfect thing for transitional housing. I don't know that. I'm not in that business. But I think both are legitimate, and I don't think we're being short-sighted or long-sighted. I think if you were going to sell a building on that property, that building, you know, if you've driven by it or been in it, it's not the most historic piece of property, and it's not the prettiest building, and it's got plumbing issues. So I wouldn't, if you were going to pick a building to sell, that'd be first on my list. But if you weren't going to sell any buildings, I'd be okay with that too. So I can't really help you much on that, I think.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up?
Follow up.
So can you just give me an idea of what happens when a department, in this case, DHHS or New Hampshire Hospital, which is, I believe, the closest agency that's nearby, when they feel the need for expansion or change or a change in their mission, having a state-owned property so close by would actually be a solid answer.
Let me divide that into
Yeah,
into two pieces.
please.
One is needs of a state agency for additional office space, and needs of a state agency for more specialized space. More specialized space is harder to come by, right? That you you know, the DOJ is currently, I think, building a facility, or having Concord Hospital build them a facility for the morgue, because we don't really have space that can be converted to a morgue. So they would never call me and go, "Hey, got any morgue space?" And so, you know, that, and if corrections expanded, et cetera, now you're a neighbor. So, but if an agency has office space needs, we would talk. Generally, though, the office space is not available. Like, nobody calls up and goes, "You got anything empty?" Because we generally don't. I mean, if something's empty, it's because there's a transition in place where someone is leaving and somebody is coming in. What happens more likely is, so I have routine conversations with the HHS commissioner where she talks about things she would like to have. And often we end up saying, "I don't have anything right now, but let's see if anybody moves out of something." And so I actually have with her, she and I talked about a week ago, and I said, "Can I get a good list from you of everything that we've talked about and that my property people and hers talk?" And it's like, "Well, 35 of this and 12 here and 14 there. And we may not, and this is more important, this is less important." And then we sort of look and figure out what doesn't have a flood currently, what can be dried out well. We have too many buildings that have floods currently. I'm against that generally. And we sort it out, but we don't have reserve stock. We don't have reserve office space just hanging out,
Thanks.
which is why we're renting, right? We rent a lot of office space for various departments, and it's not because renting's a better option for them. It's because we don't have as much space as we have needs.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's very helpful.
Just a reminder to the committee, so the Senate bill sponsored by Senator Reardon, relevant to this conversation, is Senate Bill 572. Senate Bill 572. Representative Daniels for a question.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. You may have partially answered my question already, but are there any buildings that are currently vacant beside the Philbrick Center, or in the process of being vacated in the near future?
There are, yes and no. There's nothing that's vacant right now. I mean, there are some spots on the campus that don't have anyone in them. And Bancroft is a really good example. It's a very pretty building next to the main building. But it's not habitable. We stabilized it so it doesn't decay and turn into like the Laconia campus. But we couldn't move anybody in because of mold, paint, finishing, et cetera. It needs extensive remodeling. And that never gets funded in the capital budget. So there's space that could be rehabbed at great cost, at cost, not great cost, but at cost to be occupied. So technically right now there's not. The Londrigan building, which used to house the Department of Education, if you know the building I mean, is currently in the process of being renovated, and it's almost done. And I say it's almost done because what somebody told me is we can have people move in by Thanksgiving. Only we already had a Thanksgiving, so I think we're not going to hit that. So it's looking like February sometime, maybe early March. And there are people who are going to move into that. And one is a group from the Department of Safety that needs space that they don't have. And the other is mostly the Department of Labor, who's going to move from the building that's called Spalding nearby. When they move, Spalding will be vacant. And we're currently analyzing the various needs and issues people have and figuring out who would make sense to go into that space, what kind of work needs to be done when building space opens up. One of the first things we do is try to get in there and do things that you can't do when there are people there, right? But there's that space, and there's space across the way here in a building that we're in the process of buying. And those spaces are currently not assigned.
Thank you. Follow up.
Follow up.
Size-wise, is Bancroft larger or smaller than Philbrook?
It's a really good question. They're different. I think it's smaller. Like I remember, if you remember when that used to house OPLC and the American Legion and somebody else, GCD, I think, when we had to move them out during the COVID times, I forget exactly when, they wouldn't have fit in Bancroft. So Bancroft must be smaller.
Thank you.
Representative Stringham, followed by Representative Weiler.
Thank you for joining us, and thanks for taking my question. Are you aware of what else is in the building? Basically, New Hampshire Hospital, about 40 plus workers being in there, and as part of your plan to understand where those people will go, or are you considering a sale leaseback for that part of the building that New Hampshire Hospital is currently using?
We're not considering a sale leaseback, and my interpretation of the House Bill 2 language is that we're meant to sell it entirely. I don't like sale leasebacks generally because they're weird and confusing. I'm talking with the department about, I believe the number that the commissioner used with me is 35 to 50. And that's on our list of things to work out as we're plotting Spalding and Granite Place. And although that group couldn't really go to Granite Place because they need to be nearby. And so it's something we're looking at.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So, just having not been through the sale process before, assume the cost of moving the people, either renting space for people who are in there. We know the transitional housing plan, or I think the assumption is that that there won't be a need for that in the short term in that facility, but the rest of the people need to go somewhere. So, if the price is $2 million, and then you have these other costs of moving people and renting space or wherever, how does that play out? Is that something you present internally, or does that go to the executive council, or making a decision of whether to go through with this or not?
So the executive council would have to approve the sale. They approve the sale of property. We don't sell property a lot, but lately there have been a few things. So they would have to figure that in. The cost of moving, et cetera, is unfortunately rarely taken into account by pieces of legislation that require a sale, much to the consternation of the moving entity, who is basically told to suck it up, and is usually not happy about that.
Just
Sure, follow up.
Where does that come in the budget? The moving entity, where's that?
So it doesn't. It was not budgeted, let me put it that way. And so,
So come out HHS in this case?
yeah, oh no, they have the using agency has to try to figure out, between their back of the budget cuts and everything else they're doing, where they can find another $500,000.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Just drawing on our experience, some of which you and I probably share, I think it's over 15 years ago, we put $10 million in the budget as revenue for selling the Laconia parcel. It was in that budget probably 4 or 5 times it was in the budget, and we never saw the $10 million, and we still haven't seen it. Similarly, I'm looking at moving costs. When we moved the Attorney General, we spent over $1 million. And staff was about similar size to what we're gonna talking about moving out of this building. New Hampshire Hospital, construction's over a year behind, and we're still waiting to move people in there. YDC, that's in the budget as well, being sold and expecting big returns on that. So all these things that seem to be a good idea to go in a budget, the money won't be there for years. And I think this is another instance of that. So if the short-term thing was HHS hoping, well, okay, here's 5 million. It won't happen. And so nothing happens quickly with selling real estate and moving office space. So the idea of hoping this will help the budget is nonsense. Thank you.
I found very little that you said to be inaccurate.
Representative Nalavenko.
It's probably a question that's down the road and somewhat in the weeds, because there are a lot of ifs connected with this, but having been involved in some commercial transactions related to real estate, I'm wondering if it did get to the point where we were actually everything went well and we were going to sell it, would we ever consider especially if it was a City of Concord or Merrimack, a clause in there that gave first right of refusal to the seller, that if the property were ever put back on the market, we'd have the first right of refusal?
If I'm honest, I hadn't thought about that. I think that does make some sense. And I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. I think one of that place limits on the ability of whoever buys it to do what they wish to it. If let's say the city bought it and they knew exactly what they wanted to do with it, I think that could definitely happen. If the city bought it and had a use for one piece of the land and wanted to look at the other one, making deals with people or building apartments, I'm making stuff up, they might object to that and it would be an obstacle to the sale. But I think it's not unreasonable for us to look at that, particularly if it's the city or the county that's a buyer. It's something I would, I'll look at that.
Yeah, usually, I'm a big fan of free options. So anyhow, thank you. I should have said at the beginning, thank you for coming today to testify. I'm still not quite awake.
I am awake.
Well, thank
So
you.
far.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further for, Representative Priest?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. What is the comparable square footage would cost annually on the marketplace in Concord if we had to move the transitional housing and the office space that's currently occupied by DHHS?
I'm probably going to have to get back to you on that because I don't have market numbers for Concord right now. But I would say that the rent we pay for office space for agencies within the city of Concord, while it covers a wide range, is if we had to go get it today, would be in the neighborhood of $25 a square foot.
Okay. Can I follow up with another question?
Follow up.
Thank you. On the transitional housing savings, does maintaining this site prevent higher shelter, emergency, and institutional costs elsewhere?
Well, I think that's probably a question for the department. I don't know. I presume it probably does, but I think you might want to ask the agency that.
And then finally, is balancing the budget with asset liquidation a sustainable policy?
Sort of depends how many assets you have. Somebody once said to me when Richard Daley was mayor of Chicago, who did a great deal of this, that you could tell when he was going to resign his term if you if you mapped out how many parking spaces he'd already sold, and they happened to be predict a retirement date for him, and they were off by at least 2 months. So eventually you run out of assets to sell and you can't do it. So no, I mean, generally, and as a general principle, you should use one-time expenses for, one-time revenue for one-time expenses, but it's a big budget and there's always a couple things in it that are one-time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anything further for the commissioner? Oh, Representative Wallner.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I know I've given you this bill and lots to think about, but I wondered, how many square feet of office space are we renting in New Hampshire, in Concord at this point?
I can get you that number. Let me see if I can give you an approximate number off the top of my head. But probably 30. I don't have a good number, but probably close to 100,000 right now. But I'll send you a number today.
100,000 square feet
Yeah.
that we're renting.
Yeah, we're renting, if you think about it, we're renting the Division of Personnel on the Heights, Banking is on the Heights, the Human Rights Commission is up on the Heights, BEA downtown, OPLC downtown, although they're gonna move here. I said banking. A bunch of smaller groups at 2.5 Beacon Street. So it's a bunch. And then there's some, like there's an HHS district office, which I think probably would rent either way. So that's out there, but a fair chunk of space, yeah.
Follow
I
up.
just have a follow-up. So previous to using the Philbrook Center as the transitional housing, it had been, that's half of the building had been office space. Is that right?
The entire building in, I think from about 2015, I mean, before I was in this role, but through something like 2020, 2021, where some need during COVID made HHS think that's ready, but it housed, I'm going to get this right, OPLC, the Child Advocate, Governor's Commission on Disability, the American Legion, who were required to give office space to. And then at some point during COVID, we moved everybody out, and HHS had a grant, and they had to fix it up. But no, it was office space entirely.
One more.
Yes, follow up.
So the one piece that's been missing for me at least is how much land, I know you said that the city of Concord could do the subdivision, but how much land would the state be giving up? What do you envision?
So I envision, if you think of where the property is, it's on the corner,
Yeah.
and I would envision. I mean, if to get 5 million, probably a bunch, probably everything from Fruit Street to the parking lots, certainly to the brook, and probably everything from Clinton Street, probably over to the oak trees, in that range. So think of it as if you drew a narrow box around the building itself, which may or may not include all of its poor parking lots, and think of it as maybe 4 times that, maybe 3 times that. But we would negotiate that. We would have to negotiate that with the city. Like, what are you willing to pay? And I think, frankly, to get them to 5, we'd have to give up more land than just the building and the asphalt.
All right. Oh, Representative Stringham.
So is it possible to generate savings for the state of New Hampshire by moving some of the people in the 100,000 square feet that we rent in Concord to the part of the building where transitional housing is now, where the plan is to move them out? And how does that compare to financially, do you think, to selling it outright?
Generally speaking, moving people out of rented space into owned space is works well. And it's a process we're going to do with the other tower, for example, to try to generate some savings based on the cost of that. So if you could. The obstacle to moving is the disruption to the unit that you're moving. It's a very difficult thing to move, although there are advantages. When we moved a bunch of people out of the annex for construction, the amount of paper we threw away was awe-inspiring. Probably really good for the timber industry. Although then you create this scenario where people come and look at it and go, nice office space you got here, and they try to steal it from you. But there's a cost to moving. And so the savings are not realized immediately. That there's an immediate cost and a longer term savings.
Okay. Last question, Representative Telersky.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to ask another question, but I was really just taken aback by the way you just described the sheer volume of land to hit the $5 million mark. Because I think when we talk about sell the building, we're talking sell the building, not acres of land all around it that we can never get back. Now, to Representative Nalavenko's question about a option to buy back and everything, if there's value to the building and the city of Concord has plans to dissect it all and take down that building and, I don't know, pave it over or do something, then any benefit that we had with that buyback would be gone. Or I guess I'm weighing the building versus the land. I have to think that the land and having that under state ownership is a much bigger thing to consider other than just sell a building. Am I wrong? I'm not a real estate professional.
No, I think I think you're right from the state standpoint. I mean, the state owns land for a lot of different reasons, right? Some of it is for use, for what we're actually using it for. Occasionally it's for conservation, or occasionally it's for parks or for green space around something else. There's value to that property. Is a very nice piece of property in a lot of ways. There are historic pieces to it. There's a brook on it, which we frankly don't highlight well enough, et cetera, et cetera. And there are parts of that. There's an area near there that's used as a soccer field. There's an area under a big oak tree, for example, where we have an employee appreciation picnic every year for our building cleaners in particular, but maintenance staff. And it's a perfect spot for that. And somebody said to me, make sure if you don't push the line so far that we lose that. And there are a lot of things like that. But the green space is attractive to it. But I mean, frankly, if someone's going to buy a piece of property, probably they're going to buy this piece of property not for the building. I mean, the building's, I mean, if I'm honest, it's an ugly building, which has utilitarian value, but I don't think anyone's going to buy it for the building. I'd be shocked if whoever buys it doesn't take it down or rehab the building dramatically. And to get anywhere near 5 million, it's a lot of money. I mean, when the number went in the budget, if I'm honest, somebody on my staff came up to me and said, where the hell did they get that number? And I said, somebody pulled it out of their hat. They had a problem at the end of the budget. And I know probably somebody somewhere went, oh, I don't know. But I doubt before they did the number, they walked the property. And it's telling that the language in the legislation doesn't say, like you don't sell a building. Nobody ever sells a building. You didn't buy a house. You bought a house with a lot when you bought your house. And that's how it works. And they didn't define the lot.
I really appreciate this conversation because this division discussed selling a bill. I'm sorry. I just wanted to wrap it up and then I'd be done. We discussed selling the building. We did not discuss selling land and have the in-depth conversation on what the impact of selling land would be. So I appreciate this very much. Thanks.
I would just note that if it becomes important to the committee and you decide that you still want to sell the building and try to get what we can get, and you have concerns about the precise parcel that might get sold, we sell property according to the dictates of the law and the policymakers who make them, and you could dictate to us.
And Representative Mattson, you have a question?
I was just wondering if this was the 127 acre parcel you're talking about,
No.
because it's part of it. So I just don't understand how you can separate it out.
Well, and it's I didn't realize the whole lot's 127 acres, but yeah, the big parcel. The Senate bill actually is saying you can subdivide the parcel. The current law says you can't, and we would sell a very small piece of that, although larger than some people thought too.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner Arlinghouse. You're always welcome here at Division 3, and appreciate all the input. And I'm sure if we have anything further, we will let you know.
You know where to find me.
We do. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Anyone else on 1569? All right, we're going to, yes, Representative Weiler.
Are we hoping to exec this bill?
There is a possibility. My thought was to go through a few more, break for caucus,
Okay,
and resume.
thank you.
Okay, we're going to put that one aside for right now. 1569 aside for right now. Moving on, House Bill 661. And I'm going to forewarn everyone, we have multiple amendments to be distributed and go through on House Bill 661 this morning. So, to make this easy, those in the audience who are here for any kind of input on 661, please feel free to take a seat wherever you like around the room that's not occupied already. That's number one. Number two, we are going to work off of today the Wallner Amendment. It is number 2025-3055H. That is the base document we are going to work on this morning. Again, 2025-3055, lowercase h as in Henry. Because I think I can safely say there is no way House Bill 661 in its original form is going to get an endorsement from the committee. So that is off the table, to make this easy. We have to figure out now on this amendment 3055 where to go, in what direction. Now, by means of some background, and I'm going to repeat it because it is worth repeating, this bill was committed back to this committee. We sent it out with an interim study recommendation. It was unanimously sent back to us. In the meantime, the U.S. government, including President Donald Trump, issued an executive order referencing his wife, First Lady Melania Trump, an executive order dated November 13th, 2025, that this should be a priority for states to come up with some mechanism to have benefits be kept separately as opposed to being kept as revenue for a foster child's care. Right now, and there's nothing wrong with that, but right now we are using federal benefits that foster children get as revenue for their care. The executive order says the state should work on a mechanism to keep the benefits separate. That was followed up with a letter dated December 8th, 2025 from the Administration for Children and Families, addressed to Governor Ayotte and 38 other governors who don't separate these benefits right now, asking them to work on a mechanism to separate them. But again, I reiterate, no check included in either the executive order or the letter dated December 8th to make this happen. So for it to happen, we dip into general funds. That is a request. So that is my opener. I also want to say one more thing. It was asked of me to see if perhaps opioid funds could be used for this purpose. And I think that ask came meaning to say, well, you know, some children who are in foster care are affected by the opioid crisis. Their parents are in crisis. And so could opioid funds be used for this purpose of setting up these accounts and keeping these benefits separate from the revenue stream for their care? And I have been told that the DOJ has looked into this, and others, and opioid funds are not available for this purpose. All right, Representative Wallner, before we start distributing a bonanza of amendments, do you want to say anything about your amendment, the base document we'll be working from today, 3055H?
I think that I would take us back to the last time that we worked on this bill, and I distributed the timeline, and we had a really good presentation about the timeline and really walked through the bill. So I felt like we had, as a division, really felt like we had, each of us had a pretty good understanding of what this bill does. And I think that what this amendment does, and I think that this amendment is not as fast moving as the original bill. The original bill would have done a lot of this faster. But I think it is a good faith effort to show, if we're going to try to show the federal government that we're moving forward. But it doesn't, most of the financial obligations of this bill, of this amendment, is in the next biennium. So the only thing we need, there's very little that we need to start in this biennium. It goes into the next biennium. So, I think that we have a good base here to work with.
Great. That leads me to Representative Seaworth. You did have a question related to which biennium the $280,000 would be appropriated within. Does that answer your question?
I think I'll just ask it again and we can answer it explicitly. So I was looking after our last meeting at home. I looked through. Well, I took what I heard going through that timeline and looked at that document, and then I looked through that draft document that we received last time, and it struck me that maybe the two didn't align, that the draft document for costs was referencing the original bill and the timeline references the amendment, and specifically the paperwork we have from the draft document suggests that it's 280-some thousand in this this budget cycle, whereas the timeline suggests to me that should start with the new biennium, that cost item. It looks like some of that cost might not have been shifted when we put together the documents. And I wanted to clarify that. I know it was a draft document. It came out of the report, which was based on the old version. So I thought clarification of that item would be useful to us.
Okay, would anybody be willing to address that at this point? Mr. Ripple?
Well, I can just quickly speak to that. Based on my understanding of the department's fiscal analysis here, they're referring to sections 3 and 4 of the amendments, the ABLE accounts and the policies and procedures, which are effective upon passage. So I think their thinking is they would need to do work in order to get those up and running this biennium. And so I think that's why they put the $280,000 cost in fiscal 27. Now, since you met last, at the committee's request, the department has prepared language revising some of the timelines to put the full cost into subsequent budgets rather than this budget. So we do have a document that should address that issue.
Okay, that's a good segue into this. So why don't we distribute, and you may recall on Monday, we asked the department to come up with some language to address certain issues here, the effective date and the funding and so forth. So why don't we distribute the amendment, not the redraft amendment, the other one.
So Well, so only the amendment addressing the funding and timing issues?
That's correct,
Okay.
that DHHS proposed.
Okay, well, I have two versions that they proposed.
Yes.
One is directly responsive to your questions on Monday, and another addresses a few other things.
Yes, I'd like the directly responsive to the questions on Monday amendment. Thank
Okay.
you. Trying to categorize these as best and clearly as I can, because this will get confusing if we don't. So yes, that is the one I would like, and we will address that amendment next. And if the department could come to walk us through this, that would be fantastic.
Just, Representative Nelemenko, just a quick side comment or observation. When I read through all of the back and forths with the communications with the administration, I thought I saw something in there that said there was likely to be funding for transition costs if you shifted from the existing system to the system that they were proposing in general. So I don't know whether that's taken into it. I know there's no check, but it seemed to me that there was an explicit statement in the one of the communications that there would be available costs related to transition. I don't know if anybody
all right.
else read that.
We
way.
can address that and hold on to that. And hopefully that'll come up in this conversation. I appreciate that. Okay, welcome. Thank you both very much once again for being here and taking time. We know that this is not all that you do, and that's for sure. You have a tremendous amount of work to do, and we don't overlook that. I used to tell, students in the school I ran, I said, when you see a teacher, that's not all they do. Okay, they're not just, in the classroom teaching you. There's a whole story of what they do after class and on weekends and through the night to prepare your lessons and correct your papers and so forth. So the same thing here. We certainly realize that this is not all that you do, and we appreciate all that you do and appreciate you being here. So let's start with walking us through Amendment 0702H. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Again, Susan Larrabee, General Counsel for DCYF and Legislative Liaison. Starting with the ask in terms of looking at 2026-0702. We went back and worked on this to answer many of the questions and concerns in terms of the looking at the original amendment and with keeping in mind the funding issues before us, the issue of retroactivity of when this will begin, as well as that comparison of the effective dates, all aligning with both funding and retroactivities. We went and worked on what we think to be a bill that meets everyone's needs, and I'm happy to walk through it in terms of that we did not change any language at all in the bill except for the effective dates.
If you could just be sure your mic is on red. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding me. Again, line 29 on page 2, section 2, which is describing the development and completion of the process and procedure for establishing ABLE accounts that are referenced above as a conservation effort of income place federal funds, which is SSI, and that would be subject to receiving sufficient funding, and that should be set up no later than June 30th, 2028. And furthermore, going then to the next step of the developing the infrastructure of the implementation of this process would then be in section 3 of the original amendment, and now this amendment as well, which begins on line 33, discussing the development of the entire infrastructure of this process, which will require Department of Health and Human Services to develop all the necessary policies, procedures, workflows, trainings, on or before the 1 year of implementation. So that would be June 30th of 2029, based on the effective date, which I'll get to in a minute, again, subject to sufficient funding in the next biennium. And that would lead us to the applicability section of this bill. This amendment now would be added to be section 4, contained on page 3, line 3, describing that section 1 of this act shall apply only to children in the care of the Department of Health and Human Services on or after July 1st, 2028.
Okay. In section 2, page 229, where did reference to Title 4E funds go? That was in there in the 0355H version.
It's our interpretation that there are no 4E funds available for this purpose, which is why it's left out.
Okay.
If there were 4E funds, I don't think we need statute to utilize that. We would maximize those as we were able to.
Okay. All right. Any further, Representative Seaworth?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And this is a little bit off topic, but since I have, I think, the right people here, and we're mentioning 4E funds, when I went back and read the report, one of the things it talks about as a potential cost is that the state would lose some 4E funds by implementing this. And I didn't understand, if we're impacting revenue, we're still spending all the same money, why do we lose the Title 4E?
Good morning, Anissa Drake. Great question. And the loss of the 4E comes from, with specifically SSI, none of the other Social Security benefits, just SSI. There is an issue if you are collecting SSI and 4E at the same time, where they will be minimized dollar for dollar. So we, New Hampshire, do not collect them at the same time. We determine which benefit will, which of the two benefits benefits the child more, and use that one. So that way we don't have to have two agencies dealing with it. So if we are collecting the SSI for every kid who is eligible for SSI, we cannot collect those 4E funds. So we would be losing them.
Representative Telersky, followed by Representative Wallner.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my question. You stated that the amendment really just dealt with effective dates. However, there was language changed. There was the language that says on page 2, down line 33, subject to receiving sufficient funding. And that sounds to me like an escape valve, if you will, and does not actually, it sort of negates the whole thing, because who decides sufficient funding? Does that just mean that in developing the budget for next biennium, you guys, who decides that if this is the piece that doesn't get funded when it's actually in statute?
Sure. So when we were preparing this, we were just kind of thinking ahead through the next budget cycle. I mean, what we would anticipate is come August 1st, 2026, we will receive our budget target to establish our efficiency budget. These costs would be outside of our efficiency budget, so we would expect that they would go in as a prioritized need. And then that would be submitted through the governor's phase. The governor would make a decision at that point in time. And then it would move on to the House and the Senate and on to committee of conference. And so what we wanted to do was to draw attention to the fact that this is not free and this is not something that we can today absorb. And so we were calling that out specifically for that budget process so that there's something to refer back to ensure that this policy change is successful.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wallner.
So talking about the the wording of sufficient funding, isn't the budget process the way we decide if there's sufficient funding? I mean, you will be suggesting to the governor what you want to see in her budget. And then it comes to the legislature, and then there's a negotiation between the department, the governor, the legislature, the Senate, everyone gets together. And then we decide how we're going, what things we're going to fund and how, at what level. And that's when the decision is made as to whether there's sufficient funding to do that. Where else do we have this kind of wording in law? Do we have this in other areas?
I mean, I think typically this would only end up in a chapter law, not potentially in an RSA. I can't recall off the top of my head, though.
I've really actually never seen this kind of language put in. I have seen language, though, put in around asking the department to request certain things be put into their upcoming budget. That's different than saying the sufficient funding is there. Thank you.
So essentially, amendment number 702H would push, I don't know if you have been privy to this timeline that was presented last Monday, it would push it out exactly a year.
No, I haven't seen that.
We haven't seen that? Okay. Okay. Representative Weiler.
So coincidentally, I am the rep payee for a special needs sister living in Massachusetts. She gets SSI of about $20,000 a year. $15,000 of that goes to a contractor that contracts with the Commonwealth for her board and care, and she gets a little bit for household needs from the same check. So, and also medical bills that aren't covered. So that doesn't seem to be a problem there. I wonder if we could have something similar that we could claim this is how much for her board and care and subtract that from each check, because it would not make the HHS run at a deficit if we took this money away, but it would mean some of this money was being set aside for the child minus this. This seems to work in Massachusetts, which is unusual, but I don't know why we couldn't do something similar in New Hampshire. Anyway, up for argument. Thank you.
Yes, and if you look at both the original bill, the amendment, this amendment, on lines, looking at the first page on lines 24 through 30, and I think this was asked before the other on Monday, in terms of it appeared that A and B were in conflict with each other. I believe Representative Seaworth, you asked that question, and if I could maybe just clarify that Section A is regarding the cost of the child's care, similar to what you were saying, Representative Weiler, in terms of that's the term that's used in Social Security for either an adult or a child who's receiving benefits. And that is basically any kind of maintenance, what goes to their shelter, their clothing, their essential needs. And then B is going towards their unmet needs, which the federal government gives some guidance to that in terms of that gap sometimes between Social Security and Medicaid, what's unmet there in terms of educational needs. And they give an example of technology needs for education, such as an iPad or a personal laptop in order for them to enhance their educational experience, as well as other educational needs, something, even a personal item, and they reference a high school class ring, and that would be an unmet need. And that would be kept in what we do now. We keep it in what's termed a revolving fund, a personal needs account. And if you reference the initial report that was done based on the initial bill, House Bill, I believe it was 1598, not to get even more numbers out there, the original Social Security bill that in which we hired the PCG to do that report, they address the differences between where we keep the unmet needs fund. And then once it gets nearing $2,000, we would be putting that based on this legislation into a non-income based account, which is known as the ABLE account.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to that, and I appreciate that because you answered one of the questions that I had written down but I hadn't asked yet. That I recall from that report, one of the things that was in there was it complimented New Hampshire on a number of things that we did right. I don't remember the details, but I recall that language. I also recall from one of our earlier hearings the discussion of that current process and how we try to optimize the use of those funds for the benefit of the children. So my question, given the language that we put in there, are we in any way preventing us from doing the things that we're doing right by restrictive language that says you must divert money into this account? Or is the language, and you just described that how the language tries to distinguish, is it open enough that we can still do the good that we're doing today, but in addition, we'll have the ability to put the surplus in ABLE accounts?
Sure, and I'll actually let Anissa describe that, because I don't want to misspeak in terms of the revolving account, how that works when the CPSW or a person comes to finance saying this child needs this and this for their educational needs. We're nearing $2,000. If we get to that $2,000, it currently goes back to Social Security, correct? Sorry, I don't want to misspeak. Let Anissa explain.
So we do use what we call the revolving fund. It is not a personal needs account because that is yet a third type of account. And it is also not a trust, which is yet a different type of account. So our revolving funds, when any benefit comes in for the child, those are secured into the revolving fund individually for each child. And there are no fees for these accounts, and there's no interest earned. So it is negated that way. What comes in goes out. If the needs of the child do not require the money that has come in, it does stay there for the child. And then if that child reunifies or ages out, can become their own rep payee, then we have to send the money back to the agency. That we cannot write a check to the child. We send it to the agency. And then for Social Security in particular, if the child is still a minor, then whomever is going to become the rep payee would need to do that paperwork in order to get whatever monies we sent and continued benefit if there is one. Because some of these benefits also stop when the child turns 18. So for our children who are 18, if their benefit is continuing and they can become rep payee, then we're doing that for them, as well as if it has been determined to save any of that money for them as they're approaching 18 years old. I don't know if I missed anything.
No, thank you very much. And I guess just a follow-up. So yes, that was a useful explanation. It helps to clarify. I guess what I'm trying to struggle with may be too open-ended a question, but does this language prevent you from being able to do certain things that you're doing now that would still be important?
So yes, it would change what we do because currently we would be looking at conserving 100%. So right now we consider conserving partial amounts, and this would make us conserve 100%. So that's where the loss comes from that we keep pointing to. But all these monies would end up hopefully with child at some point. Because again, we'd have to figure out with the ABLE, because ABLE accounts only apply to SSI benefits. All the other Social Security and veteran benefits, that would be a different type of account. So whether it can be returned directly to the individual, to an authorized representative, to a new rep payee, all that would have to be determined in the new processes. So it would change what we do, but I don't know that it would be negative to anyone.
Okay, Representative Wallner, followed by Representative Nalavenko.
So is there a difference between an adult who's receiving Social Security and what their obligations are for how they can use it as opposed to a child?
I would have to consult with Social Security on that one. I do not know. Also, kind of in that vein, I think you might be going here as well for the rep payee, what their responsibilities are as an agency versus a private individual. I don't know if they are different either. We would have to check with Social Security.
Okay, could I have another question?
Yes, follow up.
So last week when you were here, we talked a little bit about, just briefly, we talked that there are foster children, and this bill would probably move a lot more foster children into a situation where they would keep their payee. That's one of the big goals of the amendment, is that there would be more children who already had a payee, and when they went into foster care, they would be able to keep that payee, and the state would not be able to take their benefits. So if we continue with that system, aren't we sort of setting up a system where foster children who have benefits are being treated differently? I mean, aren't some children already having their payee conserve their benefits, whereas another group of children are going into foster care and losing their benefits because the state takes them?
So I would say that we have no idea what a rep payee is doing with those benefits while a child is in foster care, because there is no responsibility to the department for them to let us know in any way, shape, or form. And we wouldn't be approaching them for any type of, if the child needed a laptop or some extra clothing or whatnot, the department would be taking care of that. So I can't speak to that in any way, and I don't know that we could, because it's not tracked or determined in any way. Sometimes the rep payee is not kept because of who the child is removed from, and in that sense, if the rep payee is not kept, the benefit would be suspended and after 12 months terminated, and they would actually have to reapply for it if DCYF did not become the rep payee in those situations. And I know last time you had asked if there were children who were receiving Social Security benefits, but DCYF was not the rep payee. And my team did some research and we found 65.
The rep payee must make an annual report to the Social Security Agency accounting for all the monies. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to reference that too. So it was 65 that out of, was the total 270?
No, 65 children in placement. So
What was the total
out of
number?
total children in placement, I think we average about 1,500.
But how many have Social Security benefits? About 200 total 270 or something? Yeah.
But
Okay.
wasn't that the total that we were? Or was that total with benefits we were receiving? Okay, so this 65 is separate from that population.
It's in it, so it'd be in addition
Yep.
to the 270. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
And if you look at the report in fiscal year 2024, we served as a rep payee for approximately 62 children eligible for SSI and 16 who are duly eligible for SSI and RSDI, and served as a rep payee for approximately 212 children who are eligible for RSDI only.
Representative Nalavenko for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the people testifying and trying to answer our questions. I have an observation and then a question. the observation is that I think everybody's on the same page, you know, in what we're trying to accomplish. And I think what we're trying to accomplish is to make sure that the designated beneficiaries of the kids involved in this complicated, convoluted process get the funding that's kind of designated for them. And the question is, can we learn anything from other states who are already implementing the system where they're moving the money to the kids, and try to find the simplest way to do this and to cut out a lot of the bureaucracy, paperwork, and everything else that contributes to draining funds at the end of the day that should belong with the people we're trying to help. So have we looked at and said, hey, is there a model here that accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish that other states have already got experience with that we can piggyback on?
Sure, we definitely are beginning to do that. After the memo came out from the ACF, and I will note again, the ACF memo by Assistant Secretary Alex Adams, also supporting the executive order that came out, is discussing survivorship benefits. And that's just one part of RSDI. There's no mention of Social Security and the rest of RSDI. So I do want to clarify that survivorship benefits. And we have begun pulling and extracting data for DCYF in terms of who is receiving survivorship benefits. That's parceled out from everything else. And in all honesty, as we discussed, it's very, very complicated. Representative Weiler, and I'm sure you can relate in terms of being that rep payee, it is a bear to just try to understand some of the language in Social Security. So again, I do want to reference that. So, and many states, again, are beginning to do this, and they reference 12 states enacted policies. Again, that's survivorship only. We've been looking at, I've been looking at Massachusetts, which is a very different demographic state and different funding sources that changed their policies and procedures and have been contracting with PCG. Arizona, again, a very different state. Ohio just enacted it in policy through a governor executive order, I believe in November of 2025. So I've just been looking at their policies and procedures. There is no legislation. Again, it's like executive order. And just going through some of their policies and procedures. In terms of lessons learned from them, I think it's too early. I have reached out to the general counsel in Arizona to have a meeting, just discuss again with them if there's anything that they have, because they were the first to do it. Now we're getting, I think, 3 years. And they did have a meeting, a Zoom conversation for anyone that wanted to come aboard and join it, and we did. Just talking high level implementation. Again, just their CWIS alone, which is their IT, their computer system, does this dashboard things that we could only dream of having in our state. Sorry for a very long-winded answer. We are in the very beginning stages of that because it is so new. And again, I would hope that based on this memorandum to the governors and commissioners throughout the country, that we'll be receiving more and more guidance from them as they make this a priority for children in care when it comes to survivorship benefits.
Okay, thank you for that. Representative Seaworth, and then I'd like to summarize this amendment and then go to your second amendment that you proposed. Go ahead, Representative Seaworth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for that explanation. I had kind of a specific question. It's sort of a follow-up to what my fellow representative just asked. And I too am concerned that we don't create a system that's builds too much in unnecessary administrative costs, which would detract from doing our mission, which is the people we're trying to help. And I'm looking at sections 1 and 2 and what it requires of us and trying to make that jive with the testimony I heard earlier in this week. It seems to me like we're asking the department to take on what Social Security does today and will continue to do whether we do it or not. And I guess my question is that right? Are sections 1 and 2 a necessary part of making that work, or is this really a Social Security Administration job to decide? I went down this when we talked about, well, we're taking benefits from a payee, but what I heard on Monday was that SSI, Social Security, takes the benefits from the payee when they decide that the state is the right payee rather than Uncle Jim. Am I missing the boat on that? Are 1 and 2 in fact an appropriate way to direct the department in the way they need to go, or is this building extra steps that then in the fiscal note make for extra costs?
So generally, DHHS is already doing some of these steps in when we are determining if a child comes to us. If a child comes to us with benefits, it is shown to us in one of our systems. So there are some steps that are taken to determine if that child is eligible for any other benefits, has some other steps to it. And that would all be on the part of DHHS, but these are steps that are already being taken. And then if the benefits, DHHS, if the child comes to us with benefits, we are responsible to notify Social Security that the child is in our care. So that's where if Uncle Joe is the rep payee versus the parent that the child has been removed from, that's where Social Security are the ones who are going to determine who is the most suitable rep payee. And that list of 7 or however many there are that they have on there, and what their process is to determine who is suitable, that is where Social Security are the only ones that can make that call. We can apply, just like Uncle Joe can apply. And when we, DHHS, do place a child with a relative and they are not getting paid by us, then we do go to Social Security saying, we no longer want to be rep payee and please make this person the rep payee. Again, that person has to go do the application though. So these steps are happening. They may not be as finite and pointed as every single child. We can't determine their eligibility, but we can take the steps to go find out, which include having permission through the court to talk to Social Security about the child if they aren't coming with benefits. So there are added layers that definitely are going to happen in order to make this successful.
Representative Priest.
Yes, continuing on with my colleague's question, and thank you for taking this question. These steps 1 and 2 are basically to protect those children that haven't been protected in the past, that their funds have been denied to them. Is this correct? Some of them.
If children are coming to us without benefits, there's a possibility that they haven't been applied for because those benefits could hinder the family's other benefits that they are getting, because some benefits will be decreased based on other benefits you get based on what's termed earned income and unearned income. And again, those agencies would have to determine that. Other reasons that families may not be applying for these benefits for the children, we don't know. But us, when they come to us, going and looking for these benefits should help them, yes. But again, if they have that benefit when they leave us, it may have to be terminated because it could hurt other benefits the family has.
And I do believe we provided this before, and I'm happy to provide it electronically again. We currently have in-depth policies and procedures around how we are playing a part in that initial screening or making sure that child is receiving benefits and applying for those benefits if we believe, based on some indicators, that this child may be eligible for benefits. Again, we're not the medical screeners of something like that. Then how we work through those workflows of applying for benefits, and that is our policy 1676 and various SOPs that support that policy that I could also provide electronically. I know they were provided, I believe, 2 years ago when we were first addressing this important issue.
Right, we should probably see those again. Representative Weiler.
I'm usually pretty good on acronyms, but I'm not familiar with RSVI. Can you explain that and how people become eligible?
It's RSDI. It was prior known as.
So I believe RSDI and all other Social Security benefits. So RSDI is incorporating all the other types of Social Security benefits aside from SSI. They're just lumping it all together. So the disability, the unemployment, the survivor benefit, and I feel like there's one more that I'm missing.
Representative Telersky.
I just want to clarify something because you were making clear that the directive that came from the feds is about survivorship benefits. And as we just heard, there are other kinds of benefits. I mean, in my mind, in my core philosophy that I think this bill comes from is that these benefits are the children's, regardless of if they're survivorship benefits or any other benefit. So should we be very clear on, as we move forward, that that's the point of this bill? When we talk about moving to meet the federal directive and the core philosophy of these funds are these kids' funds and meant for them? Or am I just going down a path that I'm just muddying the water even more?
I think what you're speaking to is currently in the amendment that we're looking at, it's lacking a legislative declaration as far as the intent and purpose. We're delving right into all of the minutia of the technical aspects of this, but currently as drafted, it does not include that legislative declaration to make the intent clear.
Okay, so to summarize your amendment, you're taking the amendment we're working off of 3055H, and you are pushing out the effective date for an entire year. So if we were to adopt Amendment 702H, we would have the infrastructure that's in Amendment 3055 with regards to payees and ABLE accounts, but the funding would come a year later, so we'd be appropriating nothing for the next fiscal year. But again, the infrastructure is there to get this going. You're also making it clear in this amendment that Title IV funds are not able to be applied to the portions of this amendment that is payee and ABLE accounts and so forth. Is that a good summary of the amendment in front of us, number 702H? Representative Priest.
And we should also include on the second page, subject to receiving sufficient funding. I think that was a very sticking point with me, and it should be also addressed too.
Okay, very good. So again, that's an addition to that amendment. So subjective language, essentially subject to receiving sufficient funding. That too would be included in this amendment. Okay. Let's put that amendment aside for now. And let's go to, if you're still interested in taking us through your second version, we can do that now. Mr. Ripple, please. And then there is one more amendment after that that I am aware of. Okay, so this now is amendment number 704H. The department, as I understand it, has taken some liberty to address, right, a few issues with the amendment we are working off of. That is the base document here today, 3055H. So go ahead, if you could start taking us through 704H.
Thank you very much. And if you, I think maybe the best way to do it is how I have it right now. And before me, it's obviously everyone has their own way of their brain working. I have them side by side. In terms of everything that was just represented by Representative Mooney in such a great way in terms of marshaling the changes to 0702 from the original amendment, just to basically very high level sum and summarize the difference between 0704 and 0702 is much more of a structural changes and adding some New Hampshire specific language that is a little bit different from the language that is used in 0702. For example, I know that, okay, so looking at line 7 on page 1, it says for all children in the care of the department. In New Hampshire, we have two streams of children that come into our care, in both the juvenile justice, which makes us quite unique compared to other states. Our Department of Health and Human Services, our child protection services, includes juvenile justice. They come into our care, yes, but they do not become, we're not their legal custodians. We have the ability to place them. So I just wanted to make it very clear that those children who are coming into out-of-home placement, as described in 169F, which is court-ordered placement, as opposed to children who are coming into our care through the Bureau of BCBH, which is voluntary placement coming into our care, is excluded from this. So it clearly lays out that these are children who are in court-ordered out-of-home placement, either through a delinquency or child protection case. And making it clear that is to begin on or after July 1st, 2028 for those children who are in care as of that time, as of that date. Section 2, and then as we know in the bill and the amendment and then the first amendment is that the first part is describing the eligibility and screening. So what I did, I moved some sections that were later on included in the management of conservation of funds that dealt with the eligibility and screening to be in consecutive and chronological order in this new amendment in 0704. And just changing and adding language again that is basically based on our model, our reunification model, that we at all times want to be working with the parents when it comes to all major issues involving the child, especially something as important as this. So I did add that if a child is already receiving benefits before entering the department's care with an appointed representative payee, as well as those who are not yet receiving benefits, and we think we should be applying for those benefits, that we will be informing and consulting with the child's parents, unless that child's parents have been had their rights terminated. Consulting with their court-appointed special advocate, their GAL, and if applicable, consulting with if they have a court-appointed attorney. Because again, I think it's very important to, again, understand there's only certain things that we have control over and knowledge of. We don't know if there's a reason why this family, like Anissa said, had other income restricted income, federal benefits coming into them as to why they weren't applying for benefits. So again, making sure that we make it clear that this is a comprehensive collaboration effort of both eligibility and applying for benefits. And that, again, it currently says that the department shall apply to become the rep payee only if no other suitable candidate is available. And that I did keep in there. But again, what I did remove is on line 14 of 0702. It says, shall not seek to change the rep payee appointment unless the current payee has been deemed unsuitable. That's not something we would have any control over. Again, that's the federal government who is deeming someone to be a rep payee after being after applying to be the rep payee. And if it's the current payee, as was described on Monday, that current rep payee has to withdraw from being the rep payee, and then we petition, or I'm sorry, that's not the right word, we apply to become the rep payee. So again, just wanted to make sure that we were consistent with language. And then further through, again, this new amendment, it's just classifying in a chronological order the steps that we are going to be doing in terms of screening for eligibility, applying for eligibility, discussing and applying for rep payee if applicable and necessary, and then annually reviewing those cases of children in our care that have that may have become eligible for benefits. I do want to note that on page 2, Roman numeral 6, in this draft that we presented, we did not strike the words by the court, and that should be stricken because it is not the court who determines rep payee. So I would just add that it should read for consistency and for it to be able to be implemented. If the department is determined to serve as rep payee, the department shall. Again, the court does not. If by court it meant the family court that has jurisdiction over the case, they do not appoint rep payees. And then further on down, what is in currently in the amendment 0702 in sections 2 and 3. So that would be starting on lines of the original amendment 0702. I'm sorry, the first of the new amendments, I'm sorry, on page 2, lines 29 through the next page, page 3, line 2, sections 2 and 3, we just joined together to be one section because 2 is about building the infrastructure, and so is 3. The infrastructure, the implementation process of setting up these ABLE accounts, setting up and developing the proper policies and procedures, the workflows, the necessary training, and all that goes into building the infrastructure to implement this act as a whole. So just combining those two together.
Okay. And again, with the effective date being pushed out a year, so this would appropriate nothing in this next fiscal year, but push it into the next cycle. But the infrastructure is there. Okay, thank you for your time on that and explanation. Any questions on Amendment 704H, Representative Wallner?
I know you went through this very quickly. You went through a lot very quickly. But I would like to know what it means by saying court-ordered out-of-home placement as described in RSA 169F, as opposed to what was in your First Amendment or or the original amendment we were working from? What is the difference here?
So let me,
It's
Okay,
on
so-
line 7.
for, in
Um,
the, in the original amendment, and then what is in also the 0702 amendment, it says, for purposes of this section, a child in care of the department means the department has custody or guardianship over the child or the child in court-ordered placement or out-of-home placement under the supervision of the department. And that was referring to, for purposes of this section, which would be 126A6. So, or other out-of-home placement under the supervision of the department. Oh, I see, because, okay. Yes, I guess it's not necessary because it is defined as court-ordered placement or other out-of-home placement. Other out-of-home.
Okay.
Just want to make sure other out-of-home placement is only situations in which we have a legal custody or guardianship of the child, not in a voluntary situation such as the children who are placed pursuant to a voluntary agreement with BCBH.
Representative Wallner.
So can you describe to me what these voluntary placements are and what number of the children? I mean, I don't have any idea how many children are voluntarily placed.
I can find that number. I think it's several hundred through the Bureau of Children's Mental Health. Those are the voluntary placements that Susan's referring to. That may not necessarily be applicable here, which is why I think it was updated to include the RSA 169F reference.
And in those situations, we never become rep payee of those children.
Okay. Just one
Yes,
follow-up.
Representative Wallner.
Just so I'm trying to clear this up are we with this second amendment of yours,
Mhm.
are we actually losing some children? I mean, these aren't just children placed in institutional care. These are children in the foster care system.
Correct. 169F is for any court-ordered placement. So that would be pursuant to a delinquency case, a JJ case pursuant to 169B, or a child protection service case, which is 169C. And that would include kinship care, the traditional foster care, residential facilities.
Okay, thank you.
And again, you had said that's really not necessary. The language we have in the previous two amendments we've discussed are sufficient
Yes.
or is sufficient.
Correct.
Okay.
I think before, when I was looking at how it was kind of split between two, it was
Right.
talking about the eligibility and screening section, and then it went down to the conservation of funds in the original amendment. And it looked like to me that that was only referring, is that this section, which was then section 2. But when I see it all laid out, it is chronological Roman numerals. So it would include the entire section.
Okay, understood. Ms. Smith, did you want to add to this conversation?
Sorry. Thank you for remembering my name.
Well,
No, I don't. I was going to help Susan with the Division of Behavioral Health. Those are the kiddos that she's referencing in the voluntary services, and we're not involved. They're not DCYF children. that have
okay.
Been removed from the home.
Right, understood. Okay. In sum then, this amendment before us, 704H, the summary points here are that you do change that to court ordered, yet that's sort of redundant with the last two amendments. You add some language with regards to the parental payee situation, whether or not they are sufficient or whether they are qualified. You keep the language of sufficient funding. you reorder the order in which the actions the department takes upon receiving a child into foster care. And the effective date is also pushed out. It would cost the state nothing this particular year. Is that an accurate sum?
Yes, I try to make it more clear and concise, although my summary is not clear and concise. And
No,
I understand that. I understand that you're seeing this for the very, very first time. So I think that also makes it very difficult. And again, in my train of thought in describing it is probably not in terms of being clear and
No, I appreciate that, but I have the advantage of summarizing the summary, so I, can make it a little crisper. So thank you for that. Okay, any further questions regarding 704H? Okay. Thank you for that, and I know that took a lot of time, and I appreciate all the effort into this. This is really something. This is quite a topic. This is really amazing where this goes. We do have another amendment, so if you could.
Yes, and this one is based off of 3055H. It's the same as that. It doesn't include the department's changes. It includes 2 new sections instead, referencing the executive order and the department's responsibility to seek all available federal services, resources, as well as a new applicability section.
Correct. Okay. So this is my amendment. I had mentioned these things previous in our discussion. What this amendment does is 2 things. And again, what it does to amendment number 3055H, the amendment we're working off of today. The first thing it does is, now let me find it here. On page 3, line 3, which is section 5, it references President Trump's executive order dated November 13th, 2025, and essentially directs the department to seek all available funds and resources. That's the key word there, because resources is the word that was mentioned in the December 8th letter to Kelly Ayotte. We were assured federal resources would be available to do these things, so I'm saying the department should seek that based on the executive order, based on the letter from the feds. The other thing my amendment does, and again, I'm working off of Amendment 3055H, is on page 3, section 6, line 6, and that makes these provisions only applicable to children, to children, I want to say students, but that's another chapter, to children in foster care as of the effective date of this legislation. As you know, the state has undergone a tremendous amount of situational circumstances where we're being taken to court based on prior situations. No need to get into the details of that, but this clause would basically say no one can hold the state responsible for benefits they received while in foster care prior to the effective date of this legislation. That is what my amendment does. Okay, any questions or further thoughts on that? And it keeps it, again, within this fiscal year, so this amendment would cost the state $280,000 approximate this next fiscal year. Representative Wallner.
Though I realize it may well cost the state the $280,000, and I believe, my understanding that it would be done through a contract with a consultant. Is that what you're proposing?
We use the initial contract that PCG anticipated back then charging. As Mr. White explained last time, we would then put out an RFP and go through the normal contract bidding process for consultants who do this type of, who have the expertise to do this type of work.
Great, thank you. So I just would like to comment that I really think that though I know it's $280,000, it's hard to come by. I think what we need to do is show the good faith of getting started. And this gets it started in a very small way, writing the policies, getting ready to go, so that in the future we'll have in place a good framework. And to me, that's one of the benefits of this particular amendment is to get going and show that we're really serious. We are going to do this. And other than that, I personally think this is a good amendment. Thank you.
Real good, thank you. Yes, Representative Weiler.
I'm looking at this as possible interim study because there's still a lot of loose ends. Those of us that are members of CSG or ALEC, or even we could use the research department of the legislature to say, send us all the other states that have model legislation of this. And I'd ask ALEC and I'd ask CSG, have you discussed this within, and what have you decided? And do you have model legislation or something? Rather than spending this money for a consultant that would do roughly the same thing. So I think if we put this in interim study, it gives us the opportunity to do that ourselves during the summer.
Okay, understood. I would just simply say to that we did have a recommendation of interim study, and that was handedly rejected by the House and committed back to this committee. Yes, Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a kind of a follow-on question to that. So these consultant monies, I can see you just took it out of the report because that's the quickest way to come to a solution. If I think now the close to $500,000 that's ongoing for consultancy forever. Some of those items, if I look at them, and it may not be the biggest part of that $500,000, but I don't see them as authorized by the bill. So one of my concerns is, when it comes down to it, and you have to decide how are we going to administrate this and implement this, will it derive from the report? And I'll just give an example so it's concrete. One of these things is that we need to hire a financial literacy specialist to now educate these children who we've made stock market investors or what have you. The bill doesn't say anything about that. That's one of the duties of the department. The report suggests that we do it. So when the department is now getting down to it and saying, can we do this in-house? Do we need to let a contract? What will drive that? Will it be the report and what they suggest, or will it be the language that's actually in the RSA?
I think until the legislature arrives at what specific version and what specific date, I don't necessarily know if we can answer that question. I mean, I think there's a couple of routes. Obviously, currently the state has a hiring freeze, and so the department's vacancy rate is up at 22% overall. So I don't necessarily think that we would be in the position to be able to hire staff at this stage in the game, both from a hiring freeze perspective and a budgetary perspective. So I think the alternative, which is listed out here, is going through the RFP process. What that would probably mean, and I'm looking at members of the fiscal committee, is what that would probably require us to do is sometime in May, identify general funds that would otherwise lapse this state fiscal year and request that those be transferred into a class line that would carry forward that would otherwise not lapse, so that we would have those general funds available next state fiscal year. Because otherwise, I mean, as I've already said to the fiscal committee and the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee, we were able to find $15 million this year that won't be available next year for our back of the budget reduction. So those are certainly things that are in my mind. And I'm not saying those to be difficult. I'm just saying those in full transparency so that the committee is not surprised at some point in time if it looks like the bill is going to pass, that I'll be bringing money forward probably through a request.
Yes, Representative Weiler.
I think re-refer to committee and interim study is only a matter of deadlines. It's the same thing. So I think if we go forward with interim study and give the deadline and give the outline of what we're going to look at, which I could do, then I think we could probably get it accepted. Thank you.
Okay.
Gibson?
Yes, Representative Tulersky?
I just wanted to comment a little bit because I feel like I have spent more time with it. I can't even comment to Representative Wallner, but spent more time with this topic in the last 3 to 4 years than I have with some family members. So discussing interim study and kicking the ball down the road, particularly when we have, the President Trump executive order saying, you guys have to do this, get your ducks in line to implement. I'm struggling with that, and I'm feeling the urgency to actually make some progress on this policy. I think the Mooney Amendment does clean up the original amendment and gets us on a good first step. And I would encourage everyone to consider actually moving forward with all of the knowledge that we have acquired over this process and actually start to make a change that I think a lot of us think is, like I said, the philosophical underpinning of what we're trying to do with this bill. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. It is my thought here that we move on, if everyone's ready to move on, to House Bills 1515 and 1566, taking us to approximately 11:30, if we can swing that. And then caucusing after that, caucusing at 11:30, and then resuming here in the 11:40, 11:45-ish range to see if we've made any progress with regards to some of the bills we've already discussed today. Is that agreeable to those seated? Okay. Thank you all very much. We're going to put House Bill 661 aside for the moment and all of its amendments. And we're going to move to House Bill 1515. And I'm going to kick it off with an amendment. If you could, please, Mr. Ripple. And my amendment is very simple. And then, if we could have, after this, somebody talk about the TANF chart. Would that be you, Ms. Hebert? Okay. If you could be on deck. All right, to refresh your memory and get everybody in the mindset now of a new bill. House Bill 1515 was brought to us by Representative Turcotte. He essentially wants to delete sections Roman 1 through 6 in the state budget fully related to this child care grant program. Now, it took a little digging, but it was discovered that that language, sections 1 through Roman 6, actually came from House Bill 2 in 2023. So that was not the most recent budget where that came from. That's very interesting. Now, I'll say this, though, about the 2025 budget. When we discussed the appropriations of $7.5 million for each year, my recollection of the conversation was that would come from federal funds. We would ask, and that's where the request stops. The answer is slightly unclear, It sounds like an initial no, but perhaps there are other ways. So we will address that in a moment. But the discussion was never about whether or not the state was going to fully, and in that Roman section 6, the word is fully fund if the feds don't come through. I don't recall a discussion on that Roman section 6 at all in budget discussions a year ago. So, my amendment 0690H changes Len Turcotte's bill to only delete Roman section 6. It would delete the obligation of the state to fully fund if the feds don't come through. But my amendment also leaves Roman 1 through 5, so the program is in place. That's what this does. Okay. Putting that on hold. Yes, Representative Wallner.
So we're going to see another amendment that you're bringing in on the other bill, the other childcare bill.
That's true.
Is the wording, the repeal wording that is on line 8, is that also in the other one?
To my knowledge, yes. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
So why would we need to put forth both bills if they have the same language? Couldn't we just put that language in the other bill?
I can, yes, I appreciate that. I understand that thought. But a couple things here. First of all, when I put it into 1566, it hadn't really occurred to me to put it into 1515. Secondly, I feel that that's pretty important based on our discussions from last year. If 1566 were to not fly, then deleting section 6 is not on the table any longer. So my thought is, if it's included in 1515, that's more focused to that section, and it's also essentially, I guess you would say, a precaution if a 1566 as amended doesn't pass. Yes, Representative Wallner.
Can I just ask Kevin a question? Okay. So isn't all of that language that's in House Bill 2 actually chapter law? Doesn't it go away?
It is chapter law, and the program is set up for this biennium only. But I would argue that the language requiring that the department included in its budget requests would be ongoing. I will point out that that doesn't mean that the governor's budget needs to include it or that the legislature's budget needs to include it, only that the department would need to request it of the governor.
Okay, but it is,
That requirement would be ongoing.
that requirement is ongoing, but the rest of it is just in chapter law and would have to come back in future budgets, would have to be rewritten.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Seaworth, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a thought that if we were to not amend 1515 in this way, and it went to the floor with an ITL recommendation, it would also be open to being passed OTP in its original form. Whereas if we amend it, then that's what will be on the floor.
May I clarify that?
Yes, Representative Flaherty.
If the committee amendment goes down, then we have 1515 as written, and that still comes. So I guess I misunderstood what you just said.
I won't say anymore.
Okay.
I guess the thought there is if the amendment were to fail on the House floor, then the original bill.
If the amendment were to pass this committee and pass on the House floor, the original bill would be gone.
Okay, so that's one thought. Representative Tulersky.
I'll put that aside because I think my brain's not connecting the order of operations there, but I do have a question. Perhaps for Kevin. Is there necessarily a need to repeal a section of HB2 that is not going to be implemented because of how it was written? So is there even a need for this bill to make it go away?
Well, whether there's, it's really a policy question for the legislature. I would say in practice, if there is no money available, the program will not be implemented. As of now, there's no federal money available and the program hasn't been implemented, and we're roughly 7 months into the biennium. So I would argue it won't be implemented for the rest of the biennium either. So in practice, you probably don't need it, but the question remains of whether you want to codify your wishes in law.
Okay, I guess to the committee then, I guess I would just question, if we put forward that policy in the budget with the emergency pull string, which apparently worked, right?
Right.
Because it said if TANF funds aren't available, blah, blah, blah. So I guess I just wonder, there's no need to actually go through and withdraw it from HB2 because it's not going to be implemented anyway. But
Understood. Representative Priest.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with what has been said by my colleagues on the other side of the table about this. I really don't think there is a need to continue any consideration on HB 1515, and I appreciate your amendment. But I think by putting that same amendment in 1566 it's clearer and it's more specific to this, and I don't see the need for this. Thank you.
Understood. Okay. Let's take up the amendment to 1566 while we're on an amendment roll. And we've already discussed 50% of it. So it should be a short discussion. And then, Ms. Hebert, why don't you come up, because we're going to go right to the TANF and the charts and all of that. And then we will take a caucus. Well, at least a break.
I do
yes.
I also have an amendment. That,
Gotcha. Okay.
okay.
That's right. Okay, thank you. All right. My amendment to 1566. Now, this may look very familiar to you because I showed you a preview of this last Monday. And essentially what this does is this keeps what I showed you on Monday. It asks more specifically to the federal government how TANF funds can fully fund the child care workforce program. But it also adds, and this was suggested by a state senator who incidentally is dealing with a twin matching bill in the Senate right now, known as, I'm going to get the number here, Senate Bill 483. 483 is a twin to this. He suggested putting in a waiver that the department not only ask the questions more specifically, but use a waiver if necessary. And that appears starting on line 18 and going to line 20. This would replace the entire bill of 1566. My amendment replaces the entire bill, no appropriations in it. And then the next section is a section we just discussed. Yes, it repeals that Roman 6 again. Now, is that particularly necessary? Well, I guess that's debatable. However, it would be part of this as well if this amendment were to be adopted. Now, additionally, you may recall on Monday, we discussed some action items that we would take. And one of the action items was I would to reach out to Senator Lang and Representative Wallner would reach out to Representative Rosenwald and we would have a meeting with regards to this because they have Senate Bill 483. We have House Bill 1566. The four of us did meet. I thought it was very productive. Unfortunately, we didn't come up with $15 million. However, we talked about my previous amendment that I showed you on Monday, talked about this waiver language, and we drafted, and the four of us signed, and was sent out yesterday, a letter to our congressional delegation asking them to more target the questions, to better target the questions so that TANF funds can be used in this line, as the state is not readily able to produce $15 million for 1 year. Representative Wallner, do you want to comment on that meeting?
I think you did a good job of summing it up. I thought that was very productive, and I thought the idea of us writing the letter was a good one, and we did do that. I think they're struggling with the wording, as the Senate's struggling with the wording, just as we are. They had already asked the department to go back and pursue HHS, again, the federal HHS, about the use of these funds. So thank you for calling the meeting. I appreciate it.
Okay. Why don't we go to the TANF funds presentation and then to your amendment? Is that agreeable? Okay. Welcome once again. Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. I didn't introduce myself earlier. It's my Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. Kevin, did you distribute the chart? Okay. I've hard copies as well, if you want. Oh, you haven't.
Does anybody need copies of the TANF chart that was emailed?
And has the Senate seen the chart, more specifically Senators Lang and Rosenwald?
I'd have to check with Kevin if he shared it with them or not. Okay, I can share it with them. Okay, so what we've done here is we put together a history of the TANF balance, and it goes back to 2026, where we saw a balance of about $50 million. We had the Great Recession back beginning officially in 2007. And at that point in time, we saw about a $25 million decrease. From that point in time up through 2017, we saw a steady increase in the overall balance. At that point in time, there was a, within HB2, Chapter 156, laws of 2017, the benefit was increased. Following the benefit increase, you saw a decrease in the overall corpus of the balance. And then that brings you forward up until over on the right side of the chart, our projections for this current biennium. As we discussed last time, there's a couple of things that are happening, or mainly one that is happening this biennium that we've never seen before. We've been using the TANF funds through the transfer, the 30% maximum allowable transfer that Chris referred to last time, to support the Child Care Scholarship Program. If we didn't do that, and those funds are budgeted, those are no longer available for any other purpose. If we didn't do that, we would currently have a child care scholarship waitlist. We do not, because we budgeted those funds there. And the second table, if you flip the page from the first chart to the TANF projections, what I've tried to do here is I've tried to lay it out so that it's very clear. As of 9/30, the overall TANF balance was about $64 million in total. Below, you'll see the TANF transfer assumptions with to the CCDF dollars of about $10.581 million for federal fiscal years 26 and 27. The 25 is already included in the total above. Below that, there's the transfer to SSBG. We haven't really discussed a lot of that because we've stayed out of those weeds, but we're also accounting for that here, and that's the Social Services Block Grant. Below that, you'll see the federal fiscal year TANF grant award, and what we've tried to do here is show you that there's the total, there's the 38. We pulled out the first quarter, there's the remaining 3 quarters. That's the remaining amount, and then towards the bottom, that's our overall budget in total. And we added back in the first quarter spend just to account for that clearly. That corresponds with the state fiscal year first quarter award above, just so that you can see that. And then we also have the 27 budget there. That totals all up, and based on that, that leaves us with about $20 million. Just to kind of put things into perspective, if we ever returned to a recession like that experienced during the ARA days, the American Recovery Act days, based on current spending levels, if we return to those figures, we would be out of money in about 5 months, which would mean we would no longer have money for cash assistance. So the reason I think this is really important for this conversation is because there's been talk and discussion amongst the halls of the State House, like there's this giant chunk of TANF money just sitting there. There has been until about 7 months ago, when we started seeing these child care scholarship trends increase dramatically. And I think that's why I just wanted to take the time to kind of walk through this to make sure that everybody was on the same page there. So again, I'm looking at this sort of from the broad perspective of, we have 20 million maybe at the end of this biennium. It might be a little bit more, but also based on the current trajectory of things, we may not have much of a balance by July 1 of 2029 if these spending trends continue. So when we're discussing options of going back to ACF to request a waiver or whatever it might be to use those TANF dollars, I think we just need to understand that this is going to have a 2, 3, 4, 5-year ramification of that decision if ACF were to approve that, which we don't necessarily think they would, but you don't know until you ask. For a waiver, which we did not ask, we just asked if it was allowable under current circumstances, and was not, as we interpret it. So the key takeaway here is I just want to make sure that the committee understands whatever decisions are made here, whatever policy moves forward, that might have long-term implications for the sustainability of the TANF program.
Understood. Thank you for that overview. Representative Weiler.
What's the purpose for the sudden increase in the scholarships? Are we still maintaining the same eligibility, or has it gotten easier to get them?
Thank you for that question. Karen Hebert, Director for the Division of Economic Stability at DHHS. So the income eligibility and other guidelines changed for the Child Care Scholarship Program. In the summer of 24, we implemented going up to 85% state median income, which is the maximum allowable amount from the federal government. That, and we changed the cost shares so that no more than 7% of the cost share would go to be upon the family. That's the maximum amount. For some families, depending on poverty level, are at 0, and some families are at 100, or at 100%, or under 100%, or at 0. So those particular changes. We also had a payment rate increase due to a market rate change that's required by the federal government. That also happened in 2024. So all of these things that had happened at once was a good thing, because we wanted to see an increase in utilization of the scholarship. So that was very important, but it increased quite rapidly in a very relatively short period of time. From January of 24 to September of 25, for example, It had increased over about 86%. And then right now it's at 80% since that particular time. So it did drop just a tiny bit. So the projections for that see a trend that will continue to increase. So we have done everything we can to optimize the use of CCDF funding so that families can have childcare, because of course it supports the community as well.
I assume then it was the feds that changed the eligibility, or was it the department?
The legislature changed that through HB2 in 2023 session.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I were to make an argument for passing 1566 as is, would it, or could an argument be that now that we have all of this interest in childcare, we need the workforce to match it?
You could certainly make an argument for that because, of course, childcare needs to have high-performing, high-quality childcare in the state is what we want. So that, of course, requires a lot of credentialing, professional development activities, which the department has been doing and continues to do now. Recruitment and retention, of course, it's very important. That how we're going to support that, I think, is really the question that nobody has the immediate solution for. When it comes to TANF funding, the feds have repeated to us the allowable uses of it, but even if we used it for, as Mr. White was explaining, for directly for child's childcare expenses, it's not sustainable. We don't have the funding to support that with TANF funding.
Representative Stringham.
So thank you for taking my question, both of you. But it sounds to me like even if we could use this funds, it could exacerbate what we may be able to react to a recession, because we would anticipate a great increase in demand on the TANF funds, and now we're kind of at the bottom end of the kind of safe area where we are now, where we should be. In fact, I hear a subtle cautionary tone that that we're already at that bottom level where we want this reserve account to be. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, and thank you for that question. I think it's important for you to know and understand the purpose of the TANF program as well is really primarily to support needy families so that children can be cared for in their own home. That is the majority of the grant and how it is spent. And the definition of needy families is based on income and resources under the state plan. They have to be income and resource eligible to receive TANF services. So it really is intended for lifting people out of poverty. So we definitely don't want to be in a position where at risk of not being able to continue to support those families in New Hampshire.
Representative Weiler.
So I need a couple of numbers here and an answer to another question. What were the numbers before this big increase in child scholarships? What was the numbers before and after, or is it most of this going to the same people?
So utilization in January of 2024 was 2,774 children. And now it is at 4,994. In September, it was 5,122.
That's a big increase. So are some of these same people that are getting these scholarships able to use this to pay for childcare? Obviously. So we've added a couple thousand people
Yes,
who we didn't pay for childcare before. Now
Correct.
they can.
correct.
All right. Also, temporary assistance to needy families. Temporary goes on for how long? Not generations, I hope.
No more than 60 months.
16 or 60?
60.
60. Thank you.
Representative Weiler, in the HHS dashboard for the February fiscal committee, table 4 provides you that history in the enrollment and childcare, and just for all the other members if you're interested.
Thank you. I'll be looking at that.
Representative Wallner.
Thank you. One thing as you were speaking, I was thinking, isn't one of the real goals of the TANF program, though, to get families, you said that so they could keep their children at home, but isn't one of the real goals of TANF is to try to get people back into the workforce? So you even, with the parents, you do work training. So even sometimes when families are actively on cash assistance, they may need childcare for training or getting job ready. And then you're really trying to help people be self-supporting and get them into a job. And childcare becomes very important for these families.
Thank you for that question and that point. The TANF program, one of the 4 purposes of TANF, as you're describing, is to end the dependence of needy parents on government benefits by promoting job preparation, work, and marriage. So we have the New Hampshire Employment Program that has been in place for long before me. So within that program, which a number of individuals who receive TANF benefits are required to participate in that program. There are some exemptions. I don't remember them off the top of my head. So it provides services for job readiness, job development, career counseling. We do a lot of work with those particular participants, and it includes childcare if they need it. So we do have funding in the budget that supports that particular expense for the employment program participants.
Representative Mattson.
I was just wondering.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
One moment. Representative Wallner, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, mine's quick.
Okay. Sorry
all
about that.
The folks that are in this program, you said it lasts 5 years. Do all of them time out, or are they usually in it for less than 5 years?
I can probably pull up data about that specifically. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I think it's a mix of individuals.
Representative Wallner.
So I had a couple of questions about the, one about the chart. So on, right down towards the end of the chart, there's a line called State Fiscal Year 26, Budget Across Department. What does that include?
That represents the TANF funds that are budgeted across the entire department.
So can you give me an example of some of the other ways TANF funds are used?
Sure. So they're used to support positions. They're allocated towards time and resources. Childcare scholarship is obviously a large one.
Mm-hmm.
There may be some elements in specific contracts that they're allocated to. And then they also both direct positions, but also indirect. We allocate all our federal funds. And so if we have an employee here who's doing direct work on that, their supervisor would be allocated a portion of that. So it's sort of a ripple effect. It's part of our public assistance cost allocation plan that we utilize in order to maximize federal funds.
Okay, thank you. And I did have one more question if I could ask. So for the fiscal committee, quarterly, we had asked that you report to us what the drawdown was in the child care budget. And I wondered if I did find the first quarter of this year in one of the fiscal items, but I have not found the October, November, December drawdown. And I was wondering, it would give me a picture then of how we're doing. I mean, saying there are this many children on is one thing, but what I need to know is how much are we expending?
Sure. And that report is not necessarily going to show you the total spend because it's primarily related to the TANF dollars. We always try to prioritize spending our general funds. for general awareness, to receive the $38 million TANF award annually, the state has to spend 32 and change million dollars of general funds. If we don't do that, then we receive less than the subsequent year, and then we also receive a penalty, and so you almost pay twice if you don't make it up. So what we typically try to do is make sure that we expend the general funds first. So normally what you'll see is you'll see a much lower rate of TANF spend early on, and then that will probably increase as we move through the year if the trends continue.
I guess my question was, basically, I got more answer than, now I have another whole bunch more other questions. But basically what I wanted to know was, how much did we spend? I think in the first quarter, as I'm trying to remember the report, in the first quarter for childcare, we had spent, $12 million? Does that sound right?
I would have to go back and verify, but 12 million for childcare.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah, that should be about right.
So do you know what we spent in the second quarter, which ended at December 31st?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'd have to go back and verify them.
Could
Yeah.
we see those soon? I'd really like to see what we are spending, because so much of it depends on at which level the child is, or the full-time, part-time, whether they're 5 years old or 5 months old. So you'll get me those. Thank you. That would be helpful.
Of the, I'll let you finish your thoughts on your notes. Of the 5,122 that have received child care scholarships because of an increase in the income cap, are we to assume everyone is found a placement and is in child care at the moment? Or are some recipients unable to find child care?
Thank you for the question. That number represents children who are in a program now and that the scholarship is paying for. So they're linked to a program now.
Okay, is there a additional amount of people then on top of that would like to have their scholarships and can't find a placement?
There may be a few of those. We do track also the number of children who are not linked into a provider, but it is near 90% of them that they are no longer linked with a provider because they've aged out. So they wouldn't be. But perhaps there's still another child in the household who is linked to the provider. So that's a separate number. I can certainly provide that if you want. But like I said, 90% of those are would no longer be eligible.
Okay. Anything further? Yes, Representative Priest.
I'm very interested. Thank you for taking my question, Madam Chairman. I would be very interested to see the whole breakdown of the TANF funds and what's being spent to service the people versus staff needs and positions that you are using. So
Just to clarify, are you looking for a class by class breakdown of TANF dollars?
yes, I am.
Okay. Right, I can give you a couple examples. So like our eligibility workers who are making eligibility determinations, they're paid with TANF dollars. If we didn't have those TANF dollars paying for those positions, we would need general funds. But if
I understand
Yeah.
that. I would just like to see the breakdown
Sure.
of all of those numbers, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both once again very much. It is 11:30. Oh, that's right, Representative Wallner. Would you like to discuss your amendment now? Thank you.
Yeah. I actually haven't seen, I made a mistake in the first one that I drafted. And so I asked Kevin this morning to redraft it. So I'm sorry that I haven't seen this either, because I couldn't find it on my phone. I've been sitting here Kevin sent it to me on the phone and I didn't get it or couldn't open it. Oh. Okay, so I'll give you a minute to look it over. Okay.
Okay, so your big change comes in line 23.
Yes. So what this does, the original bill that I brought in, asked for $15 million in general funds if the federal funds are not available. I based that on the budget of 2023 when this program started. It was 15 million for the biennium. It was a new program. I understand why it was sort of delayed, but it took the department a while to write up policy, applications, everything. So providers actually didn't get those funds until I think the summer of 24. Does that sound right? About a year later.
Yes, thank you. It did, yeah, it took a year to
Yeah.
stand that up.
So they didn't really see the funds for a year. The providers, had been thinking about how they would use the funds, were trying to get ready, but obviously had to be very careful not to put things in, start things that weren't going to then, funds wouldn't arrive or something. So they had a year to spend down those funds. In the budget that we received as Finance Committee, the department had put the $15 million in their prioritized needs. The governor did not include any child care funds for this program for recruitment retention. She put no funds in her budget. So when it came to the Finance Committee, when we got it, it had no funds on that line, but it was in the prioritized needs list that Mr. White provided us. He provided us materials about all the prioritized needs. And we then placed that $15 million in the House budget using TANF funds. We went over to the Senate, and during the Committee of Conference, I believe it was during the Committee of Conference, that we added the wording that we would have to go to the federal government to ask if it was appropriate to use the TANF funds for this purpose. So that's sort of where we are. We got an answer back. Some people think it was yes, some people think it was no, some people don't know what it was. It's back and forth. I think I provided everyone with a letter. So what this does is it makes the appropriation $7.5 million from general funds. It's a 1 year. That's 1/2 of the 15 million. And then it also provides that we will go back to the federal government yet again, and ask, can we use any of the TANF funds, and see what the answer is. And that would be, if they said, yes, you can, then those funds would be on top of the $7.5 million. So this might get the providers back up to 15 million. It might not. But it would provide a general fund appropriation of 7.5 million. Did I describe that right, Kevin?
Yes, except I would just point out one thing, which is the appropriation is up to $7.5 million of general funds. If the federal funds were to come in,
Yes.
that appropriation would be reduced.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. It would be, so let's say we got $10 million, then we would reduce the 7.5 by 2.5 million.
Well, so as written, say you got $5 million in federal funds, the 7.5 would be reduced to 2.5. If you got 7.5 million or more, the general fund appropriation would be reduced to 0, and the program would be totally reliant on those federal funds. So.
Oh, so okay, so this actually didn't get written the way I thought it was going to.
That's what I thought you would want.
Okay.
If not, we can come up with something different, but that's how this reads currently.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Further thoughts on amendment number 717H? Okay. So my thought at this point is to caucus and then resume in the 12 o'clock range of things. And I can tell you, I know we didn't touch upon House Bill 1750 today, and there are several things to discuss. I don't know, I think 1 o'clock is our absolute max for today. So we can discuss it in our respective caucuses if we like, but I don't think we'll be touching on it today. Yes, Representative Parise? No, it's a matter of members having other commitments. Yeah, it's not a room issue, it's a scheduling issue. Yes, Representative Wallner?
Can you tell us where we can go to caucus?
That may be a good idea. I was thinking my caucus meet here, right where we are, and I'm going to suggest that you take
I'll
a
go check.
conference room.
The Democratic Caucus has a room and it's likely empty because it's a late day.
Oh, okay.
I'll run down there, otherwise we'll find a room. And I'll need some water.
Okay, real good. All right, so why don't we break at this point? We'll resume, let's say 12:05. Thank you all. Okay. Seeing as though it's 12:07, very good. I said 12:05, it's 12:07. We'll resume back into work session here, Division 3 on February 13th. Just want to make sure we are back on YouTube. I know there's a slight delay. And there it is.
Yep.
All right. We'll start our, I want to say exec session, but again, we recommend to full finance. And full finance will be meeting either next week or the week after, but what we do is we recommend to full finance on these bills. So let's begin that process with House Bill 1569. And that is a bill repealing the directive that the state sell the Anna Philbrook Center for Children property in Concord. Is the clerk ready? All right. And I will recognize Representative Weiler for a motion.
I move on to pass.
Ought to pass motion has been made. Is there a second? Representative Stringham for a second. Any discussion? Representative Stringham.
I seconded the motion in part because it's clear that the long-term benefits to the state are greater if we keep the property. Even with part of the building, not the whole building, being anticipating it being vacated, it isn't difficult to find other uses for that would save the state money. What we would need to sell is more than the building to raise the amount of money, and it certainly wouldn't be expected to have an economic benefit in this biennium. So, so I support Chairman Weiler's motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Weiler. Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Tolarski,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Nine votes in the affirmative. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Representative Moni.
Yes.
10 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative. The motion ought to pass passes.
Okay, and that will go to full finance with an ought to pass recommendation unanimous from Division 3. Next, we move to House Bill 661. Now, it's been a little bit of time, but I believe I can move a motion first, or do we need the underlying bill? Mr. Ripple, is that?
I think for the purposes of a work session, you can just make the motion first.
Real good. So then I would make a motion if there's no objection, and I'm going to move amendment number 707H for ought to pass. And if I could have a second on the motion, I would appreciate it. Representative Priest seconds the motion.
707H.
Okay, I'd like to speak to my motion if I could. This amendment will replace the entire bill. This bill has, I think, been, as Representative Tolarski said earlier, in the House for going on 4 years, including a huge, very large report, including the drama of coming out of this committee with an interim study recommendation that was then committed back to us, including an executive order as of November 13th, 2025, and a letter to the governor encouraging us from the federal government to take these steps. And that was dated December 8th, 2025. This is a huge difference from the original bill. The original bill recommended with our huge report, 42 pages, said 8 employees and over time about $8 million. So this amendment takes steps to address the most pressing issues to make this happen with a cost of $280,000 roughly this upcoming fiscal year. So it is going to impact the budget this year by that amount. Over time, it is true, the state will lose revenue. And the practices that the state has had with regards to using foster children benefits for their care is not illegal. It is not wrong. I mean, it may be your opinion that it's wrong, but it's the way it's been done, and it has been done, and it has been considered a source of revenue, although there may be philosophical differences to whether or not that should take place. My amendment will start steps to start the process so that their benefits will not be revenue for the state anymore, which will ultimately result in about a 2 million approximate decrease in revenue. So with that, I also know too that the Children and Family Law Committee in the House have strongly recommended this bill, both from their committee and in conversations they have had with House members. So with that, I would encourage you to vote my amendment, which replaces all of House Bill 661. My amendment again, number 0707H. Any further discussion? And with that, clerk, call the roll, and don't forget me.
Representative Daniels. Oh,
Very good.
No.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Nelevenko. No. Representative Weiler. Representative Rita
No. No.
Mattson. All right. Representative Tolersky.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, before you tally.
Yep.
Can I clarify whether that was for to adopt the amendment or OPP?
The clarification is we are adopting the amendment only at this point. The motion on the floor is is ought to pass on amendment number 0707H.
So let me just clarify, is that your vote?
I vote
Nay.
it was yes to adopt the
Yeah, okay, yes.
recorded as a yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to change my vote to a yes to adopt the amendment.
Okay, we have a change in vote. Representative Nelevenko from no to yes.
And I just want to clarify with Representative Mattson, your vote was?
Was yes, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, let's
Let's just double check the,
Yeah.
through the roll again and double check.
we're gonna re-vote, but the motion is the same.
Motion is to pass the amendment 0707H.
That is correct. The motion is to adopt amendment number 0707H to House Bill 661.
Representative-
After this motion, we will have a motion of ought to pass as amended. This is only on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Okay, that's a change. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Nelevenko. Yes. Representative Weiler. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Tolersky.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
And Representative Mooney.
Yes.
So the motion to accept Amendment 0707 to House Bill 661 FN as amended is 10-0.
With that, I'm going to recognize Representative Woolner to make a motion of ought to pass with amendment, if that's what you'd like to do.
Sure, I would love to do that. This has been 4 years of my life. So now we're so close. I will move ought to pass with amendment.
Okay, any further discussion on,
We need a second?
Yeah, second.
a second to ought to pass with amendment?
Second.
Okay, that's Representative Stringham on ought to pass with amendment. Any discussion? The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 661. Representative Daniels.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all that we have done moving this forward. I'm concerned about the financial part of it, how it affects the budget that we have already passed. So I will be voting against this motion.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Like the vice chair, there were some other amendments that we discussed, and there were items in there that I thought were perhaps important, at least worth further discussion. And so I will be following the vice chair in his vote.
Any further discussion on ought to pass with amendment? Okay, when the clerk is ready, clerk can call the roll.
Representative Daniels,
No.
Representative Seaworth,
No.
Representative Nelevenko, no. Representative Weiler. No. Representative Mattson,
No.
Representative Tolerski,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
So the tally is 5-5.
So there will be a minority report, and the motion will be interim study, refer to interim study. Okay, so you know,
Question.
it's a
question on
regular
that.
calendar.
That comes out of the full finance committee, right? Is that?
Yes.
That's true.
So you're saying both of these will be in the full finance committee report, but there'll be two people from this committee who will be responsible to write them. Chairman Weiler is taking the alternative motion of interim study.
That is correct. So when this goes to full finance, there will be a minority report, and the motion requested in that minority report will be refer to interim study.
Is this actually going to come with no recommendation to the full finance because of 5-5?
Likely, and we'll have two motions to battle out at that time.
Okay, thank you.
So at that point, that'll be Chairman Weiler's discretion as to which motion he wants to take up first.
Well, we haven't voted on the second one, so.
On interim study,
No, the second.
Right. And then
you feel like that's necessary to vote on interim study? Okay, thank you.
it would be if this were an actual committee vote. I think we know what it'll be, and it probably isn't necessary to take the time. But in a full committee, we would have to keep voting until we've exhausted.
That is true. So two motions will go to full finance. One being ought to pass with amendment, the amendment being 0707, the other one being interim study. And it's 5-5. Anything further? Okay, we move now, House Bill 1515. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion on House Bill 1515.
Yep.
And that is to adopt amendment number 0690H. And if I have a second, I can speak to that motion.
Second?
as we recall, this will replace the whole bill with only deleting section 6, leaving sections 1 through 5 in House Bill 2, 2025. Any further discussion? Okay, when the clerk is ready to call the roll on amendment number 690H.
Yeah, calling the roll on amendment House Bill 1515 FN on the amendment 0690H. Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Weiler. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Florsky.
No.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Votes being 7 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, the amendment 0690H to House Bill 1515 FNA passes.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll look to Representative Seaworth then. If there are no further amendments on an ought to pass as amended motion.
I will make the ought to pass as amended motion.
Second.
So, I'll speak briefly. As amended, all this bill does is removes the directive that the department put this into their budget request. It doesn't impact, ultimately, it will come before the legislature to propose the budget. We can still do what we will with this. So I believe it's a rather minor change, unlike the original bill, which attempted to delete the whole program.
Any further discussion on ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1515? Representative Stringham?
No. Oh.
Representative Priest? Okay. When the clerk is ready to call the roll, ought to pass as amended, House Bill 1515.
Yes, calling a roll on House Bill 1515 FN as amended. On a motion to ought to pass as amended, the amendment being 0690H. Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Nolovenko, yes. Representative Weiler. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Polarski.
No.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
The vote being 6 in the affirmative and 4 in the negative, the motion on HB 1515 FNA as amended with amendment 0690H passes 6-4.
Okay, thank you. We move now to House Bill 1566. Representative Wallner, if you would like to introduce your amendment, you may at this time. Up to you.
No, because I don't believe it is worded. So do we have any?
So no, I would need to do a revised version of 717H because it turns out it wasn't what you had in mind. So this amendment isn't accurate.
Okay. I can tell you what I had in mind, but didn't convey that appropriately, I guess, to Kevin. So the child care providers for their grants would get up to $15 million no more of that can be, they're restrained, they can only get, the most from that 15 million would be 7.5 million in general. And they can get the rest from federal if the feds, because we're going to ask again, the feds would give. So let me just do an example. If the federal government said, oh, yes, you can have $10 million additional federal funds, then you would only need to use 5 million in general. So that was where I was going, but it didn't get written that way. But I think we should probably do Representative Mooney's amendment, see what the vote is, and I will bring the other one in as a minority report.
Understood. In that instance, I'm going to move amendment number 697H to House Bill 1566, and after I get a second, I will discuss my amendment.
Second.
Okay. As mentioned earlier today, my amendment replaces the entire bill. This is a very important area facing our state right now. And I just can't help but reflect on the conversation that occurred almost a year ago when it came to budget negotiations on this line. We are the Finance Committee. Our task, as set out in House rules, is the state of the budget and the state of our state coffers. When we discussed this last year, we went forward, at least I did, with the understanding that the 7.5 million per year would be supplied by the federal government through TANF funds. Now that ask is unclear. I am hoping between this amendment, which sharpens the ask, and a letter that was signed by 4 legislators just yesterday to our U.S. representatives in Congress, that we can get a better clarifier for this so that state funds fund it all. Now, this amendment is not to say that this area is unimportant and not on the radar and the book is closed. What the amendment says is we were under an impression that federal funds were to be used, and we're going to pursue that because we did not allocate an extra 15 million to cover this out of general funds. In addition, it does delete, again, Section 6 out of the 1 through 6 Roman in House Bill 2. Yes, you may argue that is duplicative. However, it does send the message that we cannot fully fund this. And if anything were to happen to this bill, the other one remains alive. Any further discussion? Representative Wallner.
Well, I am sorry that we were not able to come to a better conclusion on this bill today. I think this area is so important. I mean, you heard how much we need childcare programs, even for our TANF families, so that they can go back to work and they can no longer be on cash assistance. All the indication is all over the state we are short thousands of childcare spots for kids whose parents want to be in the workforce. The workforce tells us that they need employees. They're dependent on people being able to go to work and have their children well cared for, and not be worried about their children all the time while they're at work or having to leave work to tend to them. So I'm sorry that we didn't come to a better conclusion today, but I will be bringing forth another amendment when we get to full committee.
Representative Weiler.
When I saw the big increase in the child scholarships over 2,000, I think that does the same thing as what we would have done with this bill. So until we find out all the details, seems like we've added a lot more money to childcare through TANF than we would have otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we'll then call the roll. Representative Tulersky?
I just quick comment. I feel like some of the child care scholarship program and the child care workforce grant program are being conflated. And I want to be clear that this bill is for the child care workforce program. And I just think it's important to understand that we can expand the scholarship program, but if there's no workforce to care for those children, then all of it falls apart. With that said, I understand the time crunch that we are on as a committee, and I appreciate that. And I would have preferred to kick the can to have Representative Wallner have the time to fix it, her amendment, but we will hopefully be able to review that in full finance. So for that reason, I'll be voting no on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is on amendment number 697H to House Bill 1566. When the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Okay, calling the roll on House Bill 1566 FN as amended. And the amendment is 0697H. Sorry,
didn't vote the
we're-
amendment.
sorry, let me correct that. We're voting on the amendment 0697H to House Bill 1566 FN. Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Weiler, Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
No.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. So the amendment to House Bill 1566 passes 6-4.
Thank you. So I'll recognize Representative Seaworth for an ought to pass as amended motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Ought to pass as amended. When the clerk is ready, you can call the roll.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Weiler, Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
No.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Chair Mooney.
Yes.
The yeas are 6, the nays are 4. So the House Bill 1566 FN motion to OTP as amended by Amendment 0697H passes.
Okay, and at full finance, there will be another ought to pass as amended for a minority or majority report, depending on how the vote comes out in full finance. Well, it's the reality. There's that. Okay. Very, very difficult bills, very difficult subject matter. This is not easy, I don't think, on anyone. We do have 25 or so minutes before have other obligations. My thought is to start the discussion on House Bill 1750, though I am very doubtful we can conclude a discussion on that. Are you okay with starting the discussion on 1750? Or should we recess until a week from today at 9 o'clock at this point?
I say we move forward.
Okay. that was voted on. Okay,
So to clarify, the only one we have left is 1750, right?
that is true.
Great.
All right. House Bill 1750. This is SNAP benefits with a 4.4 estimated fiscal note. And by means of some background, this came to be because House Resolution 1 on the federal level, AKA the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I have the exact section for those that are interested, starting in October, will cut this particular piece of SNAP so that the feds pay only 25%, whereas they did pay 50%. So this bill, the intention is to carry us from October until July, making up that shortfall that House Resolution 1 on the federal level affects. The way we left it, there were several questions for the department to answer with regard to hiring, with regard to whether or not a lapse is available perhaps for these funds, what the caseload is of these particular administrators, what their job descriptions are, and any surplus or amnesty funds available. Those are just sort of the topics that we need to start with when reviewing this bill a second time. So, Mr. White, Ms. Hebert, if you'd like to address us on those points, that might be a good starting point.
Good afternoon. Karen Hebert, Division Director for Economic Stability at DHHS. So yes, there were a number of questions, so hopefully we can provide you with the information you're looking for and anything further. So I know that there are questions around the proportional costs of the SNAP program, which includes, staffing a number of different positions across the department. We can speak to also covers the EBT vendor, the electronic benefits transfer cards. That particular vendor includes a SNAP outreach program that is state mandated, audit set aside, as well as state and field office facilities and costs associated with that. Do you want to expand upon that? I'll stop there, see if there are questions.
With regards to hiring and personnel, Representative Wallner, did you want to expand on some of those topics, job descriptions and caseload? I muted everyone.
Covered it up. So what I was wondering is often when you come before us, you talk about how difficult it is to hire people and how there is a lot of churning going on in that area. And I wondered if you're anticipating a lapse in your personnel budget for the SNAP program.
And any positions that were funded that are vacant, and we do have a number of vacancies, we theoretically could potentially lapse those dollars. How much that would be, I would have to go back to the details, and obviously as we get closer to June, I'd have a better estimate on what those amounts would be. I would not expect those for this year to be near $4.4 million. But there certainly could be some aspect of that that would be available.
Follow up?
So I think it would be interesting for us to know, next week, how much you anticipate might lapse. If you can't hire, there may be some funds there that might be available.
Thank you for the question and the point. So in the eligibility program, so the Bureau of Family Assistance, we are functioning at a 26.4% vacancy rate of eligibility workers right now. Of the positions that we have for that bureau for eligibility staff, 70 of them were unfunded in the budget, which I believe came to about 24% as well. So we can't hire for them, but we don't have the funding for them anyway. So the remaining positions, the attrition rate, last I had checked on that, was around 8 to 9%. So these are positions that we are filling. Of course, it takes quite a number of months to train people and get them to be able to function independently. And these are positions that are not subject to the governor's waiver process. They are considered direct care positions, so we are able to post them as they become available, the ones that are funded anyway. Representative Stringham.
Seems if I recall the testimony correctly, if we snip the SNAP budget, meaning the administrative staff, we could get snafus in eligibility and leading to higher error rates and potentially less federal payments. And if you could confirm that. And secondly, the cost, just to reaffirm or indicate whether the need for this bill is because of downshifting going from the federal government saying that we're going to have to pay a higher percentage of the administrative costs than we had before. So the question is whether, and we can't really downsize the program for people that are eligible. So if you could talk to those two, I appreciate it.
Sure, thank you for that. So I would start at some of the key impacts for not having this bill passed and not having the funding. Essentially, we would risk losing about $158 million in revenue to the state, which really goes towards grocers, retailers who are enrolled in the SNAP program. So the recipients of SNAP don't receive money. They receive the benefit on a card that they use. So those funds don't go through the state budget. They go directly from the federal government onto the cards. And then the cards are used at enrolled grocers who accept SNAP. So there's over 1,000 of them in the state that accept SNAP here. There are 75,000 roughly recipients who do receive, who have experienced food insecurity and are eligible for these benefits, who would then go without that support. The funding and having a SNAP program, or without having a SNAP program, I would say will impact the Child Care and Development Fund that we were just talking about, because it's calculated into the formula to determine how much states get. They would also adversely impact the National School Lunch Program and education aid. So starting there, of course, but then with respect to an inability to support the department financially with these funds, it will certainly impact the proportionate share that we use the funds for that pay for staffing. So without that, and we have less staff to, even more less than we do now, to be able to process and manage these benefits for people, will certainly impact their ability to not make errors. Errors are widely clerical or information that's not understood by the recipients who provide us with information for verification. But there's a lot of manual work that happens, and because of that, we rely on staff. We do an extraordinary amount of training and try to make improvements in process and systems and people. However, there is certainly concern that with even less people, we would have an increase in our error rate, which will impact the state financially if we exceed the amounts that the government has set now for the state share of those benefits that have always been 100% federally funded until now.
And just to put some perspective on what that cost share impact may be if we do have higher error rates, I mean, right now, when we're looking at 28 and 29, it'll take effect after the first quarter of state fiscal year 28. But that year, we're looking at potentially between $6 to $18 million, depending on where that error rate comes up. And then in the subsequent year, you're looking at $8 to potentially $24 million of general fund impact if those error rates are above that required threshold.
Representative Nalabanko?
Yeah, I just want to, I'm troubled by the error rate message that we're getting here. When we were fully staffed, okay, the error rate was, I understand, was one of the better ones in the nation, but still it seemed to be, it was around, I don't remember a recollection, 4 to 5%.
In fiscal year '24, the error rate officially was 7.57%.
And that was where we were understaffed.
In fiscal year '24, we've always had a vacancy, a high vacancy rate of anywhere from 20 to 24% in this bureau at that time.
In that particular program that
Yes.
is dealing with filling out
Yes.
the forms?
Yes.
And so I mean, my view is the target rate on error ought to be, 0. I don't know what the policy is in DHHS.
Oh,
But that's money that could otherwise be going to recipients that need it in any case, even in the base case.
so the target rate for error rate that exists really is 0. We would like to be at 0. From the federal perspective, we need to be at or below 6% in order to avoid corrective action and potential fiscal penalties. So we have not had a corrective or been at the fiscal liability, I think, for 12 plus years. I'll have to go back and confirm that if you want to know that. But we have had to take corrective actions, which always includes looking at an improving process, training staff, and anything with the system we have funding to improve.
So follow up, please.
Follow up.
Yeah, so the department given the amount of money, if you go across the 6% error rate, I suppose the department has the ability to move experienced personnel from one area to the other, and might make sense in the case where you are looking at losing funding because you're in violation of an error rate.
If I just may add, the personnel in other areas of the department do not have this expertise. We have personnel in New Hampshire Hospital, they're clinical staff. We have personnel that work in the Medicaid program, very different skill set. We have CPSWs providing direct care. So there's not necessarily the skill sets available to pick them up and transfer them into this particular area, which has its own rules and regulations that are fairly complex.
Okay, well, thank you.
Representative Daniels?
Thank you. Ms. Hebert, at the hearing on this bill, you made a statement that, in answer to a question, that there were 158 million in benefits given out. I just heard, let me say that I understood that to be that there were 158 million in the total program in benefits given out. There was a question that was just asked that you answered that we would lose 158 million. So I'd just like clarification as to whether the 158 million we're losing as a result of the 50-50 ratio going to 75-25, or what is it?
Thank you for the question. So hopefully I can clarify. $158 million worth of benefits is revenue for the entire program that comes into the state through our retailers who are enrolled in SNAP. So that is 158. If we don't have a SNAP program, that's $158 million that would be lost in revenue to the state. Is that
Okay, is there a follow-up?
Follow up.
Is there a question whether we have a SNAP program, or I thought the issue was just changing from 75 to 25?
It is, and I think that some of the questions, related to, well, what if we don't pass this bill? What if this isn't funded? Which then puts the program at risk.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Talarsky?
Thank you. I just want to sort of piggybacking on Representative Daniel's question, and I know this is something that Laura Milliken would probably be best to answer, but just to put what you just said in a new frame, that would be $158 million that our grocers, small businesses, small markets depend on now to make ends meet, that they would no longer have that business coming in. So this is really about a statewide economic impact to our small businesses also.
That's correct. Without having, if we didn't have the ability to fund this program, then we wouldn't have it, and there would lead to your loss, the risk of that loss.
Quick follow-up. So it's more than just making sure people have enough to eat. This is actually a program that supports our businesses and economic stability. Thanks.
To your knowledge, do you know of any other areas where House Resolution 1 on the federal level are going to impact the state in this way? I'm just curious, the real high view of what kind of tally, if we were to, as a state, cover every shortfall that the one big beautiful bill claws back, what would that total bill as a state look like?
So we're still working on those estimates for the next biennium. There's three major areas that are on my mind right now. The first is the administrative costs that we're discussing right here to the SNAP admin. The second is, of course, the error rate that we've mentioned that could be substantial depending on where the error rate falls. The third area is within the Medicaid budget, and it wouldn't hit until state fiscal year 2029, where the Medicaid enhancement tax will be limited. I believe at the federal level, I haven't looked at this in a few weeks, it'd go from 5.4, and then we'd only be maxed at 5%. So we would see a net reduction in the overall revenue that would be coming in. That would have an indirect impact to the Medicaid budget. Of course, it also depends upon whatever future settlement agreement looks like. So those are the three definitive major areas that are currently on my radar.
And an estimated amount of cost?
I can get back to you. I'd like to provide a range just because I don't think anything is precise at this point in time. But I can provide a follow-up to the committee with a range.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Representative Stringham?
Yeah, it was my understanding that errors are sometimes clerical and don't typically result in us making payments to people that shouldn't get them. I'm just wondering if I can, get something in writing talking about what errors are and, what the prevalence of each kind of error is that shows up in there, even though we get dinged on our federal score. I don't want it to give the impression that means we're inappropriately spending money.
I'd be more than happy to provide you with just an overview of what an error rate is. I will note that for your information, we don't get our official error rate from the federal USDA until the end of June each fiscal year for the previous federal fiscal year. So just to let you know that.
Follow up, that means it's a 12-month delay?
It's a 6-month, it's a.
That's previous calendar.
It's a 9-month delay, sorry, yes, yeah.
Oh, the federal fiscal year. Thank
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything further or closing remarks, at least for the time being? Okay. Seeing as though it's 1 o'clock, we are next scheduled to meet next Friday at 9. And that day, I think, is going to be slightly complex. We have Division 3 in the morning with only one bill. So we know that now. We didn't know that, when we scheduled it. And then we have fiscal. Those of us on fiscal have fiscal at 1. And then there is a chance that full finance will meet that afternoon. Is that fair to say? Okay. So a 3-part day for a lot of us. Are we still okay with a 9 a.m. meet time on Friday? I know it's been published. One option we have is I could open the meeting at 9 and then recess it until 10.
It seems like we only have the one bill.
Correct.
Maybe we could, maybe come at 10.
Okay.
Maybe easier for people, I don't know.
I'm good with that, but again, I know it's published in the calendar for 9, so I would plan to be here at 9 so I can open and then recess it till 10.
It could be, you could reschedule for 10. It would appear on the next calendar, which will come out Thursday night, Thursday afternoon, showing 10 o'clock for the next day.
Oh, we do still have time. All right, then let's do that. Let's meet at 10 with publication for 10. Representative Daniels.
No, I had the same comment is that we've only got that one bill, so couldn't we start later so there isn't such a large gap between that and fiscal?
Representative Wallner.
So I was aware of us meeting, this is more for Chairman Weiler, but I was aware that we were trying to meet at 2:30 on 2:30 or 3 on Friday. But when I went to last night's calendar, it wasn't there. So what I'm wondering giving people only one day. I mean, if you wait till next week's calendar, are we going to do an addendum? Is that what we're working towards? Yeah, my question is, yeah, I'm just wondering about it not being in last night's calendar. And it's a full finance executive session on all the bills we've had. I'm just worried about us not having it in that calendar. So my question is, are we going to have an addendum to the calendar, or are we actually not going to post it until next Thursday? Okay.
Could Mr. Ripple just clarify if that's enough time, if it hits the calendar that's coming out next Thursday for us to meet the following 10 a.m.?
Well, so I think it would be scheduled prior to that. So it would be scheduled in plenty of time for the 24-hour advance notice that's usually needed. As far as an addendum to this week's calendar, I'm not sure what the clerk's usual requirements are for that. So I think it would be up to the clerk's office as to whether one should be issued.
Well,
Sorry, may I?
yes.
I do know I had a question about another committee and had a conversation with Director Vetter about the building closing at 5. And he said in unique circumstances with advance warning, they could make preparation to extend the time of the doors locking, but there needs to be good advance warning. So if the chair of finance said we may need to extend next Friday night to finish our work, I think that is a possibility.
Okay, so 10 o'clock a week from today, and we'll notice only House Bill 1750. That's the only outstanding business we have. All right, anything further for Division 3? Thank you all very much. Very hard work, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Rita, for coming all this way. Okay, this work session is closed.
I waved off 8 bills.